one's gonna go. One gone. 2-run shot. 5-1 Halos.
Boy, how can you explain a pitcher gets your outfielders? I've never seen that before.
Wow, that's a
fielder.
Garra's in the game. There were other options, by the way, in the outfield. Shohei going deep. The other way. This one won't have enough, though, as Hayes makes the catch at the track.
Yeah, even though that's an out.
Bundy went fourth. Lindor, Rendon's. And a called
Slipfinger changeup a little bit more, and he's got
in the throes of an 18-game losing streak. Let's get all the that one got him.
I learned early on that's one of those pitches.
And Mateo takes ball loaded, and here comes Joe. He's making a this season.
Sometimes
back up the middle. Fletcher's got it. And Houdini. Walsh now rung up on strikes in his first try. And there's a base hit into right center. So the third inning opening the same way the second started. Station to station knocks, and the Angels have runners.
Starting staff's giving up that many runs is tough.
Connor Wade is up for the Orioles. Iglesias sends that one to left. That's over Hayes. Gosselin will walk in to score. An RBI double for Jose Iglesias. This one. Here's the 3-2 to Adell. Into center field, a flare that's going to score at least one. Walsh is waved around to score. Here's Iggy right behind him. A 2-run single for Joe Adell. Make it a 4 RBI start to the night for the Angels rookie.
Well, I guess I should say,
listen,
he doesn't get a chance. He doesn't get.
I don't blame him. This team's lost 18 in a row. They came to watch. The soft liner to Jones for the Angels. It's 8-1 Los Angeles. 3-2 pitch on its way to Austin Hayes, and he does chase the slip. Elevated fastball that's shot into the right field corner. That's going to bring around the run. Santander scores, the likes of which we had tonight. And everybody's going to have to win. It's an 8-2 ball game in Baltimore. And that one's down in front of Hayes. Gosselin scores. It's 9-2 Angels.
He's not exactly squared up.
And Max sends a ball out to right center field. That one's well hit off the wall. Walsh will come in to score. It's an RBI double for Stat. The fact that they're 4 for 6 was in the 4th inning. Marsh has a base hit into right. Another run will score. Here's Iglesias to make. He wasn't quite sure what was going to happen. Oh, man, more damage. Lagares lines a base hit into right center field. Marsh around to score. 12-2 Angels.
Well, Lagares has already had himself a real good game.
Fletcher, everybody else has driven and run, scored one. And he strikes out Ohtani on 3 pitches. Second straight inning that the Angels will have sent 9. Fletch to right field for a base hit. That's going to bring in Adell. 13-2 Angels. DiSarcina, almost 30 years.
Summer in Baltimore.
0-2 to Ryan Mountcastle. A swing and a miss as he chases a slider. From which those accurate records are kept. And a breaking ball that's bounced to second. Jones to Mateo. And the easy turn to the double play. Santander tees off on one. And that's off the wall in right. Lagares tried to deke Mancini. Mancini will score anyway, and Santander has his second double of the night. Well hit into center field. Marsh lays out, and it's past him. So a couple of 2 strike counts that turn into RBI knocks. Hayes with a double and outs when you get only an inning and a third out of the starter. This is heavy duty on the bullpen this evening, and that's ripped into right field. Santander comes around to score. That's 4 straight hits to start the inning, and that's got to signal the end of the night. Count is 0-2 to Severino. Got him on 3 pitches.
That's the pitch. Finish him off. Perfect spot. That, he said.
Got him.
4-seamer upstairs. The benefit of that the bat.
Mullins sends a flare out to center that Marsh.
So he might go fastball away first pitch.
Nothing in her. 1-1. Down in a strike zone. Here's the 3-1. And Abad loses him on ball 4 seconds. Well, not to worry, because Fletch won't get deep enough. Some of that damage back. Yeah, first pitch. Bouncer to second base. Jones gets him, and nothing comes of the 3 outs, preventing any further damage. Yeah, I saw that note too, and I found that really hard to believe, as true as it was. Hey, Ryan Mountcastle's just hit his second homer of the night. Numbers 22 and 23 for the Baltimore ball strikeout. He basically gave up. And Anthony Santander has just hit a home run. All right, this is getting a little too interesting for comfort now. A 2-run shot. And the Orioles have come back to make this a game. It's 13-8.
We knew they could swing the bat. It's a matter of they were going to be able to.
Full count pitch. Got him looking. Watkins didn't fare much better. Chased the slider that time, and a big.
That is a tight slider.
Balls and 2 strikes. The payoff pitch home. Got him this time. The 4th strike was a charm. And here's the 1-2. Stassi's late on the fastball. Strikeout for Diplan. Got him to chase late this.
Austin Warren, that good slider, tight. Wow, that's surprising.
3-2. And a ground ball for Fletcher to retire the side without incident.
395 for the Marsh.
Another knock for Marsh.
He tried that little hesitation delivery. Stayed back in a rocket. What a swing that was.
Have given the fact that the Angels have scored 13 runs. Bouncer back up the middle. Backhanded by Jones. They get Marsh at second. What a play!
Well, that was an outstanding play. Did they call him out a second?
Having beaten out the back end of the would-be double play, and the only Angel without a base hit. Fastball that's whacked into right field. First of the night for Shohei. He's aboard on a base hit. First and second with 2 gone.
Yeah, tried to sneak a fastball in on him. He was ready.
1-1. Slider bounced up the middle. Another RBI for Fletch tonight. Mullins boxes it in center, and here comes Lagares.
Good swing today. Up the middle, the other way. It's been outstanding for the
equipment standards for that one day. And And Mayfield sends that out to right, and that'll retire the side. One more for the Angels, however, on the
Camden Yards, Charm City, Baltimore Angels, including 110 here in Baltimore. Matty.
As we take a look at the Angels batting order, Ohtani, Fletcher, and Phil Gosselin. In Baltimore tonight, Shohei Ohtani in the box in the first pitch of the ballgame. Shohei had a nice series of course, shading Ohtani to pull it on the ground. Out to that same
Left center here.
Staying away in Major League Baseball since 2005 in Kansas City.
They're going to be tough to beat here.
And a swing and a miss by Ohtani.
Away.
Through the first 4 of the 5 cities covered as you gone bases empty to start the ball game. And Gosselin sends a smash to third. Arias makes this play, and the Angels go down. The next 2-2 from Bundy got him on a fastball now with the shorter arm pad. The 18 season. It's the only American League team that he has not ever faced. 21st over the weekend against Atlanta. Did he just get his 22nd? He sure did. Waited back on another breaking ball. 1-0 Orioles.
Yeah, that slider kind of backed up on Bundy and stayed on the inner half. The emotions coming back into play. Weird
Adjustment tonight. Got him. Change locations of the fastball nicely to get out. And Marsh collects that first dinger. Instead, he smacks that one into the gap in left center field. Here comes Iggy around to score. And the Angels have counterpunched, tying it up in the second.
great swing. That's exactly.
Juan Lagares is waiting on deck.
He's got a quick move up.
Stassi at third. Marsh at the 0-2 to Adele. That's into center field. Mullins can't corral it. It's over his glove and all the way to the wall. Here comes Stassi to score. Marsh right behind him. Have the worst winning percentage in baseball when scoring first. In fact, they're the only. It's a horror show. Lagares drives the ball to left, and that one's gonna go. One gone. Two-run shot. 5-1 Halos.
Boy, how can you explain a pitcher gets the your outfielders? I've never seen that before.
Wow, that's a
fielder.
Lagares in the game. There were other options, by the way, in the outfield. Shohei going deep. The other way, this one won't have enough, though, as Hayes makes the catch at the track.
Yeah, even though that's an out.
Bundy went fourth. Lindor, Rendon's. And a called
Sliffinger changeup a little bit more, and he's got
in the throes of an 18-game losing streak. Let's get all the that one got him.
I learned early on that's one of those pitches.
And Mateo takes balls loaded, and here comes Joe. He's making a mark this season.
Sometimes
back up the middle. Fletcher's got it. And Houdini. Walsh now rung up on strikes in his first try. And there's a base hit into right center. So the third inning opening the same way the second started. Station to station knocks, and the Angels have runners.
Starting staff's giving up that many runs is tough.
Connor Wade is up for the Orioles. Iglesias sends that one to left. That's over Hayes. Gosselin will walk in to score. An RBI double for Jose Iglesias. This one. Here's the 3-2 to Adele. Into center field, a flare that's going to score at least one. Walsh is waved around to score. Here's Iggy right behind him. A two-run single for Joe Adele. Make it a 4 RBI start to the night for the Angels rookie.
Well, I guess I should say,
Listen,
he doesn't get a
fans.
chance. He doesn't get.
I don't blame him. This team's lost 18 in a row. They came to watch. The soft liner to Jones for the Angels. It's 8-1 Los Angeles. 3-2 pitch on its way to Austin Hayes, and he does chase the slip. Elevated fastball that's shot into the right field corner. That's going to bring around the run. Santander scores, the likes of which we had tonight. And everybody's going to have to wait. It's an 8-2 ball game in Baltimore. And that one's down in front of Hayes. Gosselin scores. It's 9-2 Angels.
He's not exactly squared up.
And Max sends a ball out to right center field. That one's well hit off the wall. Walsh will come in to score. It's an RBI double for Stat. The fact that they're 4 for 6 was in the 4th inning. Marsh has a base hit into right. Another run will score. Here's Iglesias to make. He wasn't quite sure what was going to happen. Oh, man, more damage. Lagares lines a base hit into right center field. Marsh around to score. 12-2 Angels.
Well, Lagares has already had himself a real good game.
Fletcher, everybody else has driven and run, scored one. And he strikes out Ohtani on 3 pitches. Second straight inning that the Angels will have sent 9. Fletch to right field for a base hit. That's going to bring in Adele. 13-2 Angels. D. Sarcina, almost 30 years.
Summer in Baltimore.
0-2 to Ryan Mountcastle. A swing and a miss as he chases a slider. From which those accurate records are kept. And a breaking ball that's bounced to second. Jones to Mateo. And the easy turn to the double play. Santander tees off on one. And that's off the wall in right. Lagares tried to deke Mancini. Mancini will score anyway, and Santander has his second double of the night. Well hit into center field. Marsh lays out, and it's past him. So a couple of 2 strikeouts that turn into RBI knocks. Hayes with a double and outs when you get only an inning and a third out of the starter. This is heavy duty on the bullpen this evening. And that's ripped into right field. Santander comes around to score. That's 4 straight hits to start the inning, and that's got to signal the end of the night. Count is 0-2 to Severino. Got him on 3 pitches.
That's the pitch. Finish him off. Perfect spot.
That, he said. Got him.
4-seamer upstairs. The benefit of that. The bat.
Mullen sends a flare out to center that Marsh.
So he might go fastball away first pitch.
Nothing in her. 1-1. Down in a strike zone. Here's the 3-1. And Abad loses him on ball 4 seconds. Well, not to worry because Fletch won't get deep enough. Some of that damage back. Yeah, first pitch. Bouncer to second base. Jones gets him, and nothing comes of the 3 outs, preventing any further damage. Yeah, I saw that note too, and I found that really hard to believe, as true as it was. Hey, Ryan Mountcastle's just hit his 2nd homer of the night. Numbers 22 and 23 for the Baltimore ball strikeout. He basically gave up. And Anthony Santander has just hit a home run. All right. This is getting a little too interesting for comfort now. A two-run shot. And the Orioles have come back to make this a game. It's 13-8.
We knew they could swing the bat. It's a matter of if they were going to be able to.
Full count pitch. Got him looking. Watkins didn't fare much better. Chased the slider that time, and a big.
That is a tight slider.
Balls and 2 strikes. The payoff pitch home. Got him this time. The 4th strike was a charm. And here's the 1-2. Stassi's late on the fastball. Strikeout for Diplan. Got him to chase late this.
Austin Warren, that good slider, tight. Wow, that's surprising.
3-2. And a ground ball for Fletcher to retire the side without incident.
395 for the Marsh.
Another knock for Marsh.
He tried that little hesitation delivery. Stayed back in a rocket. What a swing that was.
Given the fact that the Angels have scored 13 runs. Bouncer back up the middle. Backhanded by Jones. They get Marsh at second. What a play!
Well, that was an outstanding play. Did they call him out a second?
Having beaten out the back end of the would-be double play, and the only Angel without a base hit. Fastball that's whacked into right field. First of the night for Shohei. He's aboard on a base hit. First and second with 2 gone.
They tried to sneak a fastball in on him. He was ready.
1-1. Slider bounced up the middle. Another RBI for Fletch tonight. Mullins boxes it in center, and here comes Lagares.
Good swing today, up the middle, the other way. It's been outstanding for the
equipment standards for that one day, and Mayfield sends that out to right, and that'll retire the side. One more for the Angels, however, on the
Camden Yards, Charm City, Baltimore Angels, including 110 here in Baltimore. Matty.
As we take a look at the Angels batting order, Ohtani, Fletcher, and Phil Gosselin. Baltimore tonight. Shohei Ohtani in the box in the first pitch of the ball game. Shohei had a nice series of course, shading Ohtani to pull it on the ground. Out to that same
left center here.
Staying away in Major League Baseball since 2005 in Kansas City.
They're going to be tough to beat here.
And a swing and a miss by Ohtani.
Away.
Through the first 4 of the 5 cities covered as 2 gone, bases empty to start the ball game. And Gosselin sends a smash to third. Arias makes this play, and the Angels go down. The next 2-2 from Bundy got him on a fastball now with the shorter arm path. The 18 season. It's the only American League team that he has not ever faced. 21st over the weekend against Atlanta. Did he just get his 22nd? He sure did. Waited back on another breaking ball. 1-0 Orioles.
Yeah, that slider kind of backed up on Bundy and stayed on the inner half. The emotions coming back into play. Weird
adjustment tonight. Got him. Change locations of the fastball nicely to get out. And Marsh collects that first dinger. Instead, he smacks that one into the gap in left center field. Here comes Iggy around to score. And the Angels have counterpunched, tying it up in the second.
Great swing. That's exactly.
Juan Lagares waiting on deck.
He's got a quick move.
Stassi at third. Marsh at the 0-2 to Adele. That's into center field. Mullins can't corral it. It's over his glove and all the way to the wall. Here comes Stassi to score. Marsh right behind him. Have the worst winning percentage in baseball when scoring first. In fact, they're the only. It's a horror show. Lagares drives the ball to left, and that one's gonna go. One gone. Two-run shot. 5-1 Halos.
Boy, how can you explain a pitcher gets the your outfielders? I've never seen that before.
Wow, that's a
Fielder.
Gar is in the game. There were other options, by the way, in the outfield. Shohei going deep the other way. This one won't have enough, though, as Hayes makes the catch at the track.
Yeah, even though that's an out.
Bundy went fourth. Lindor, Rendon. And a called
Sliffinger changeup a little bit more, and he's got
in the throes of an 18-game losing streak. Let's get all the that one got him.
I learned early on that's one of those pitches.
And Mateo takes balls loaded, and here comes Joe. He's making a move this season.
Sometimes
Back up the middle. Fletcher's got it. And Houdini. Walsh now rung up on strikes in his first try. And there's a base hit into right center. So the third inning opening the same way the second started. Station to station knocks, and the Angels have runners.
Starting staff's giving up that many runs is tough.
Connor Wade is up for the Orioles. Iglesias sends that one to left. That's over Hayes. Goslin will walk in to score. An RBI double for Jose Iglesias. This one. Here's the 3-2 to Adele. Into center field, a flare that's going to score at least one. Walsh is waved around to score. Here's Iggy right behind him. A two-run single for Joe Adele. Make it a 4 RBI start to the night for the Angels rookie.
Well, I guess I should say
listen,
he doesn't get a chance. He doesn't get.
I don't blame him. This team's lost 18 in a row. They came to watch. The soft liner to Jones for the Angels. It's 8-1 Los Angeles. 3-2 pitch on its way to Austin Hayes, and he does chase the slip. Elevated fastball that's shot into the right field corner. That's going to bring around the run. Santander scores, the likes of which we had tonight. And everybody's going to have to win. It's an 8-2 ball game in Baltimore. And that one's down in front of Hayes. Goslin scores. It's 9-2 Angels.
He's not exactly squared up.
And Max sends a ball out to right center field. That one's well hit off the wall. Walsh will come in to score. It's an RBI double for Stassi. The fact that they're 4 for 6 was in the 4th inning. Marsh has a base hit into right. Another run will score. Here's Iglesias to make. He wasn't quite sure what was going to happen. Oh, man, more damage. Lagares lines a base hit into right center field. Marsh around to score. 12-2 Angels.
Well, Lagares has already had himself a real good game.
Fletcher, everybody else has driven and run, scored one. And he strikes out Ohtani on 3 pitches. Second straight inning that the Angels will have sent 9. Fletch to right field for a base hit. That's going to bring in Adele. 13-2 Angels. 13. DeSarcina, almost 30 years.
Summer in Baltimore.
0-2 to Ryan Mountcastle. A swing and a miss as he chases a slider. From which those accurate records are kept. And a breaking ball that's bounced to second. Jones to Mateo. And the easy turn to the double play. Santander tees off on one. And that's off the wall in right. Lagares tried to deke Mancini. Mancini will score anyway, and Santander has his second double of the night. Well hit into center field. Marsh lays out, and it's past him. So a couple of 2 strike counts that turn into RBI knocks. Hayes with a double and outs when you get only an inning and a third out of the starter. This is heavy duty on the bullpen this evening, and that's ripped into right field. Santander comes around to score. That's 4 straight hits to start the inning, and that's got to signal the end of the night. Count is 0-2 to Severino. Got him on 3 pitches.
That's the pitch. Finish him off. Perfect spot.
That, he said. Got him.
4-seamer upstairs. The benefit of that. The bat.
Mullen sends a flare out to center that Marsh.
So he might go fastball away first pitch.
Nothing in her. 1-1. Down in a strike zone. Here's the 3-1. And Abad loses him on ball 4 seconds. Well, not to worry because Fletch won't get deep enough. Some of that damage back. Yeah, first pitch. Bouncer to second base. Jones gets him, and nothing comes of the 3 outs, preventing any further damage. Yeah, I saw that note too, and I found that really hard to believe, as true as it was. Hey, Ryan Mountcastle's just hit his second homer of the night. Numbers 22 and 23 for the Baltimore ball strikeout. He basically gave up. And Anthony Santander has just hit a home run. All right, this is getting a little too interesting for comfort now. A 2-run shot. And the Orioles have come back to make this a game. It's 13-8.
We knew they could swing the bat. It's a matter of they were going to be able to.
Full count pitch. Got him looking. Watkins didn't fare much better. Chased the slider that time, and a big.
That is a tight slider.
Balls and 2 strikes. The payoff pitch home. Got him this time. The 4th strike was a charm. And here's the 1-2. Stassi's late on the fastball. Strikeout for Diplan. Got him to chase late this.
Austin Warren, that good slider. Tight. Wow, that's surprising.
3-2. And a ground ball for Fletcher to retire the side without incident.
395 for the Marsh.
Another knock for Marsh.
He tried that little hesitation delivery. Stayed back in a rocket. What a swing that was.
Have given the fact that the Angels have scored 13 runs. Bouncer back up the middle. Backhanded by Jones. They get Marsh at second. What a play.
Well, that was an outstanding play. Did they call him out a second?
Having beaten out the back end of the would-be double play, and the only Angel without a base hit. fastball that's whacked into right field. First of the night for Shohei. He's aboard on a base hit. First and second with 2 gone.
Yeah, tried to sneak a fastball in on him. He was ready.
1-1. Slider bounced up the middle. Another RBI for Fletch tonight. Mullins boxes it in center, and here comes Lagares.
Good swing today. Up the middle, the other way. It's been outstanding for the
equipment standards for that one day. And Mayfield sends that out to right, and that'll retire the side. One more for the Angels, however, on the
Camden Yards, Charm City, Baltimore Angels putting 110 here in Baltimore.
Yeah, Seattle's been great, but right now the Astros got Alex Bregman back. They finally got him back today, and they won on a walk-off game today. He was part of that big game. Yeah, it was 2 for 5 today. So the Astros getting better, getting healthier. So they're probably, in my opinion, the strongest team in the division right now.
Yeah, and these Astros right now, 4-6 in their last 10, but they always seem to find a way to win, Jose. They have so much talent, as you mentioned, Gooby Bregman getting back, and it's just tough to get through that lineup.
Overall, you think 1 through 9, you have power at the top, power at the bottom, then the clutchness, and then the bullpen, and then the young arms like, Garcia, again, getting back on track. McCullers, giving them not only the strikeouts, but getting them an inning, Gooby, and he is pretty much the key for them to continue on the run they're in right now.
And they don't strike out at the plate. They don't strike out at the plate. They put the ball in play. They have depth 1 through 9. They have some speed in their lineup. They have tremendous power. So they're a pretty tough team, and I love their pitchers. Garcia, I think, I watched the game yesterday. He was throwing the ball exceptionally well.
Jose, you touched on these Seattle Mariners, what Service has been doing up there in Seattle, but they came out the gates pretty quickly, and somehow they've maintained. We thought, let's wait for this team to drop off, but they find ways to win.
They have a guy in Haniger, obviously, Ty France having a sensational year. He's been a glue in the middle of that lineup. Clutch hits against good arms later in this past week or so. And then, Kyle Seager, quietly again, having another Kyle Seager type year, playing solid defense, and then up the middle and in the outfield, they play some pretty good defense.
Yeah, he's
too.
a doubles machine. One thing, when you're facing Seattle, if you have a close game against them, they find a way to win those close games. So if you're going to beat them, you better score early and add on, because if it's a close game, Seattle will find a way to win the game late.
Oakland A's, Jose, what's going on there? Why are they turn and go in the opposite direction? We got Seattle right now in Oakland, and they're taking care of business right now.
Think about the Oakland A's winning close ball games, which allows the bullpen to be slotted in the right spots. Trevino has slipped a little bit as of late, but Chris Bassett is the guy that they're really missing right now, because he was the one anchor with Manea, obviously, and other guys in that rotation, but they needed to go to Chris Bassett in so many ways and get innings, get strikeouts, and get a lot of inspiration from him. It's not happening right now. They're going to miss him a lot.
Jose, I agree with you 100%. Chris Bassett, a lot of times you think of position players being leaders. I think for me, he's a leader of their staff. They fed off his energy. I mean, his stuff is good. There was a lot of fastballs, but you saw him when he got that key out of the finishing inning. He was pretty pumped up, and his teammates fed off that energy. Him not being around has been difficult for him. Not only for Bob Melvin, knowing I have a real good chance of winning every day he pitches, but the rest of the guys around him right now don't have his energy.
Jose, let's touch on the Halo arms just for a second. We just got word Dylan Bundy, Reed Detmers, and Austin Warren all placed on the IL. Going to see some of the young talent that we've acquired in trades coming up very soon for this Angels team.
Yeah, Peguero is one of them. We saw Marcha recently, and I think overall Joe Madden said it right about
an hour ago. Hyundai is on there.
You get a chance to see these guys go during the regular season, to see how they react, how they actually interact with their teammates, how they react to adversity in the big leagues. And it's better than getting them in spring training, because even if they make the team, then they have one little slippage and they're down in the minor league. So these opportunities pop up, unfortunately, for the other guys going in the IL. But overall, you got to test your depth as early as possible, and it's happening right now.
And there's a lot of meaningful games. They're going to be facing teams like the Padres, the Yankees, Oakland, Seattle going forward, the Astros. Hey, that's an opportunity to be able to see how they react, like you said, Jose, and how they pitch in these big moments.
Yeah, both of you reacted really well in the first 2 segments.
We did. So
yeah,
that's why.
So we weren't too bad then?
Our depth was tested.
So we were trying not to what?
Trying not to suck.
Oh, I guess we did.
Look at that.
We're
what
done.
a segue that is. You did not suck, nor did this golf tournament with Joe Madden a couple weeks ago. Gooby, I know you were there.
Yes.
I cannot wait to see the highlights from this, and that's all coming up after this. It is Shohei Day in Baltimore as Angels baseball and Valley Sports brought to you by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Halos and O's game 2 of this 3-game series at Camden Yards. Hey, back on Monday, August 9th, Joe Madden brought his annual Try Not to Suck golf tournament for the first time to the beach, the Newport Beach Country Club to be exact, and the afternoon definitely did not suck.
Mark Gubicza here, the Respect 90 Joe Madden Golf Tournament. What a fantastic tournament, but here's the real story of the tournament right here.
Welcome to the behind the scenes at the golf tournament.
How are you going to wrangle all those people together?
Yell. 1, 2, 3.
I went down to the police department and filed a missing persons report on my golf swing. It's been gone for about 5 years.
Give me some. If you think you're leaving us, you're wrong. Just leave us the rest of the day.
Moss are going to come out of this thing pretty soon. Look at that. Shohei Ohtani, who? Just listening to Joe all these years and knowing what he's doing right now is a fantastic cause back in Pennsylvania, which is dear and dear to me because I grew up in Pennsylvania. And to give these kids an opportunity to be able to have, you know, a place to go, to get educated, it's phenomenal what he's doing.
That's Willie Galt. That I don't know. You probably don't know who that is, but Willie Galt was a tremendous Chicago Bear, track star, wide receiver.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I didn't know he was going to be here. I didn't know a lot of these. Nomar Garcia-Parra is here.
Yeah.
I didn't know Nomar was going to be here.
I'll tell you what, today's beautiful. First, we're in California. I know it's an off day for Joe and the Angels, so why not go out there and help a wonderful charity? He does amazing work, both obviously on the field, but in the community. So it's a pleasure to be out here. Now, I'm excited that he invited me out here, and I appreciate that.
Nope. No, too much off the toe. Do you have any Bloody Marys in there? Okay. Where am I going? Beep, beep. There you go. Oh, sorry. Where am I going? Left. Am I going right here? Sorry, guys. I'm just following directions. I'm following directions, Mikey. I just following directions. What do you hit? What do you hit first of all? What do you got? Bye-bye.
It's always great, you know, to give back to the communities, and I know this is going back to Joe's hometown community, but, you know, he's been very influential in every place he's been, and he makes an impact for a lot of people's lives. So anything you can do to support that and just be a part of a great day. It's fun. You're on the golf course.
Long day, we're all done. Goodbye, everybody. What a fun tournament. Woo!
Bye, you guys. Hey, can't wait to do it again next year. See you guys.
I did not know Gooby owned golf clubs. Proceeds, by the way, benefit Madden's Respect 90 Foundation, with funds being redirected to the Hazleton Integration Project in Pennsylvania. As we take a final timeout, we do come back. We're going to get you ready for Shohei Day in Baltimore. It is always an event when Shohei Ohtani takes to the hill, coming off probably his best performance of his career. 8 innings, 90 pitches, 1 earned run, 8 Ks, no walks. And oh, by the way, hit his 40th homer as well. That was last week in Detroit. Best pitcher since July 1, 5-0, 1.58 ERA. Speaking of home runs, though, yeah, Shohei Ohtani has hit a homer in every single American League ballpark except, you guessed it, Camden Yards, after hitting one in Comerica Park last week. Camden is the only park yet to see a show bomb. Might we see one here tonight to get to 41? That would be awesome. Matt Vasgersian, Mark Gubiza, Jose Mota with the call. It's about time for Showtime from Baltimore.
Welcome to Toyota's National.
The heart of your team. The heart of LA. Valley Sports West. The heart of the fan.
Los Angeles Angels baseball is on the air once again tonight from Baltimore. Camden Yards, the backdrop for the second of a 3-game series between your Los Angeles Angels and the host Baltimore Orioles. It's a high-flying Angels lineup yesterday. Season highs in runs and hits. Welcome back, along with Mark Gubiza and Jose Mota, Matt Vasgersian. Shohei Ohtani on the mound tonight. the presumptive MVP in the American League for 2021. And the way he's going on the mound, Gooby, he has pitched himself right into the Cy Young conversation as well.
Yeah, Matt, since July 1st, he's at tops amongst one of the most incredible categories in Major League Baseball as far as pitchers. He leads the MLB in ERA, 1.58. He's been dominating with his slider, cutter, and also his split finger and his fastball, but his whip leads baseball too at 0.75. That means not many base runners, not much traffic, and also that strikeout to walk ratio. Not walking as many, and he's certainly not striking out. He also can crush the baseball. Last time out, hit his second home run of the year as a starting pitcher. That was the 40th home run of the season after going 7 and eventually 8 innings against the Tigers.
The control numbers have just been unbelievable. He's walked 4 guys since the beginning of July. But back to the dual side of the scorecard nature of Shohei's greatness when we come back. Jose Mota talks about Ohtani on nights when he pitches and hits. We're in for one of them tonight as we continue from Baltimore. Coming up next. Ready for baseball from Baltimore. 28-year-old rookie right-hander Chris Ellis ready to begin his second big league assignment here tonight. What a story he is. Appeared as a Tampa Bay Ray on August 17th and threw 4 outstanding innings in relief against the Orioles. He was DFA'd by Tampa Bay, and the Orioles said, wait a minute, isn't that guy that just dominated us and faced 16 batters and struck out 7? Yeah, we'll claim him. And here he is in the big leagues making a start for the Orioles. He's 1-1 to Shohei Ohtani. We'll get through the trappings of the beginning of the game in a moment, set the lineups, and say hi to Jose in a moment. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to Shohei.
Yeah, his fastball is 92, 95. You saw that 95 mile-an-hour fastball, curveball, slider, 2 really good breaking balls, and changeup.
Good numbers in that one appearance he made, finishing a game back on August 17th. Again, faced 16 batters and struck out 7 of them. He's a ball and 2 strikes to Ohtani, who chased an elevated fastball. And Ellis with a strikeout in his first at-bat of the game. Let's get you right to the Angels batting order behind Ohtani tonight. Fletcher and Goslin, Walsh, Iglesias and Stassi, Brandon Marsh, Joe Adell, Juan Lagares. You heard the guys on Angels Live talking about how Joe kept the outfield assignments the same and kept Marsh, Adell, and Lagares in the 7, 8, 9 spots. Because if that contributed into the big offensive night yesterday, why fix it tonight? And here's Fletch. And a slider's in for strike one.
Boy, I see a lot of strikes early for Ellis. That's 8 strikeouts and 4 in the 3rd innings pitched this year in the major leagues.
A couple of RBI singles last night for David. He has assumed the major league hits lead after the 2 for yesterday, and he's quickly behind 0-2. Remembering what we saw yesterday from Spencer Watkins, who got through the first 4 batters he faced with relative ease, only to get whacked around from that point forward. I don't know about you, Gooby, but I'm not about to hyper react to the top of the first tonight.
No, not after even that 5th batter was a strikeout that ended up being on a pass ball. So you just got to, see the pitches. You know he's going to have that energy going. He's a former 3rd round pick in 2014 by the Angels, so you know he has that little bit of energy going. It was in the trade that got Andrelton Simmons to the Angels, along with some good prospects back in the day. So he's going to have that energy.
He has since been rather well traveled. In fact, the Dodgers tried to draft him a couple of years before the Angels ended up getting him. He used a 50th round choice to pick him. He said no thanks on the 50th round signing bonus. Went to Ole Miss. Fletch to right field. That one carries to Santander, however, for route number 2.
One of my go-tos to have success against the former Angel farmhand. Use that big part of the field versus slider. He's got a good slider, but occasionally make a mistake with it. And don't chase fastballs above the letter. That's what he did. He got Shohei Ohtani the chase. Tries to ride a 4-seam fastball out of the strike zone. You got to bring it in the zone.
Phil Goslin once again starting at 3rd base and batting 3rd tonight. Same exact lineup that Joe Madden used yesterday. Again with season high run and hit totals. Let's run the same group out there tonight. Goslin contributed yesterday, 2 for 5. He's had a very good road trip with 8 hits in 23 trips to the plate. And that short little slider's in for a strike. It's 1-1. Well, the Orioles again trying to snap out of a miserable stretch. A 19-game slide. Goslin with a sharply hit ball into left field for a 2-out base hit. Good.
Yeah, he hit that slider. Batting average of .333 versus his slider, though he has a high whiff percentage, 58.3. But when it's flattened out like that, it becomes very hittable. And Goslin rocket that one in left field.
Two-out base runner aboard now for Jared Walsh, who was on base seemingly all night yesterday. Reached twice on singles, reached on a walk, once on an error. A small portion of the Angels' success last night, on a night when everything went right, was their ability to cash in with runners in scoring position. We've got a 2-out runner at first here. But it's worth flashing back to the 11 for 19 night RISP yesterday to open the series. And on the transfer, the catcher wins, has a hard time, and Goslin, who was running on the pitch, is credited with a stolen base. Well, now there is a runner in scoring position. Funny how things work out. Yeah, 11 for 19. It was one of the best nights in franchise history with runners in scoring position. And this was a team that couldn't buy a hit against the Indians in situations like that. But everybody contributed a night ago.
Yeah, that .479 average with runners in scoring position is definitely worthy of a Carl's Camp replay. And you're seeing that swing using the entire field for success in those scenarios.
.2-0 pitch home is popped up. 0 for their first 1 RASP tonight. as Chris Ellis posts a 0 to start the ball game. To the bottom of the first, Shohei Ohtani getting ready to make start number 19 in a scoreless start to the night. Future. Start of the season for Shohei Ohtani tonight. He is 5-0 with a 1.58 ERA in 6 starts since the beginning of July. You see his overall numbers on your screen. Among the things that he's done so very well, the control has been impeccable. He's issued just 4 walks in the last 148 plate appearances he's had since the start of July. And that walk rate lower than 3% is the best in baseball over that stretch.
And part of it is his feel for his cut fastball and more trust in his four-seam fastball.
We'll set the Orioles starting lineup for you in just a moment. Cedric Mullins set to lead things off. 0 for 5 yesterday. On the first pitch tonight, a drive that gets out of here. So much for the hitless start to the series for all-star center fielder Cedric Mullins. A homer for him, number 22 for Mullins, and it's 1-0 Birds.
The 8th home run versus left-handed batters that Ohtani has allowed. Hitters at 300 on the first pitch put in play, and if you're a hitter, why would you not swing at the first pitch against Ohtani? You don't want to deal with the secondary pitches. Just like that, Cedric Mullins, 22nd home run in the season. He's been really been struggling, but not on that swing.
It only took 1 pitch for the Orioles to match 8 innings worth of damage against Ohtani. His last start was Wednesday in Detroit when Shohei went 8, gave up only 1 run. It was on a solo homer by Willie Castro. A ball and no strikes to Ryan Mountcastle, who homered twice yesterday. Numbers 22 and 23 for Mountcastle, who is climbing the franchise rookie ranks in homers and slugging. In fact, his slugging percentage as it stands now would be a franchise record for rookies.
So far, Shohei has thrown him a fastball, a cutter, and now a slider for 3 different pitches.
2 balls and a strike. Jammed him, and it's 2-2. Let's slip in the Orioles batting order. Here's how Brandon Hyde tries to shake the 19-game slide tonight. After Mullins and Mountcastle, it's Trey Mancini. Anthony Santander had a nice night yesterday. He's in right. DJ Stewart makes his first appearance of the series, as does the catcher Austin Wynns. Two-two to Ryan Mountcastle. Fouls away a slider that time.
Overall, that's his 6th home run. Shohei Ohtani of the 9 he has allowed this year versus his fastball. On that one that Cedric Mullins jumped on a first pitch.
Boy, the numbers with the fastball for Shohei have been so good over that stretch since the start of July that we talked about. And there's his first out as he gets Mountcastle, 1 gone.
And my go-to is for Shohei Ohtani to have another good game. Just forget about that one swing of the bat. Is continue to get ground balls with his cut fastball and use his slider for those punch outs. He's got a tremendous whiff rate versus with his slider. Going to read about 33.6% whiff rate with his slider. So that's going to be an important pitch for him tonight until he gets a feel for his splitter. His splitter last time out was devastating against the Tigers. Haven't seen it yet.
And he didn't really break it out until the 2nd and 3rd time through the order against Detroit. We were wondering when he was going to use it, and he picked a lot of 2-strike counts mid-start to really show off that great split. Slider misses to Trey Mancini, who was 1 for 4, scored a couple of runs in the opener yesterday. You know, we kind of intimated at this yesterday, Gooby, and I think it's worth bringing up tonight because Ohtani making his 19th start of the year against a team that's dropped 19 straight games. From 30,000 feet, you'd think that the Angels would just come in here and thrash the Orioles. But then there's that little voice, and there's that kind of counter narrative that says, beware the trap game, right? They talk about that a lot in the NFL, but I think there's a little of that that exists in our game, and it might even apply tonight.
Yeah, and also as a hitter, you're really feeling like this is the ultimate challenge. And the same thing as you're a pitcher going against Ohtani. So you're feeling right now, okay, I got a chance to make a name for myself if I get some good swings against one of the premier players in the game, like Shohei Ohtani. That's his first splitter there. But there's a lot of stress on any pitcher when you're trying to keep that losing streak going, because you don't want to be the starting pitcher that has that L by your name. It stops a losing streak, especially as significant as this one is for Baltimore, 19 straight.
Two-two to Trey Mancini. Jammed him with a fastball that time.
Notice he's starting to pick up the velocity on his fastball. A couple 95 after early on a couple 91-mile-an-hour fastballs.
It has not been an easy stretch for manager Brandon Hyde. We talked about Joe Madden and his relationship with Brandon yesterday. Endorsing Brandon as the right guy to try to get the Orioles out of this mess. Easier take for Mancini on that slider. It's a full count now.
Already at 13 pitches. He's been averaging during this incredible stretch he's been on since July 1st of 14 pitches per inning.
3-2. Came right after him with a fastball for a strike that's fouled away. Talked a lot about Trey Mancini's story yesterday. Returning from stage 3 colon cancer to post great numbers this year for the Orioles, participate in the home run derby, go to the finals in that event.
So Shohei wants Max Stassi to go through another series of signs. Like Max wanted to throw a fastball, see if Ohtani goes with the fastball.
A slider fouled away.
That was like a frisbee slider, but it was elevated.
Video game pitch.
Yes. Wow. That was a Dave Steve type slider. Wow.
That honestly, you can't even do that with a wiffle ball.
No. I don't know how you fouled that one off. The only way you fouled off, it was elevated enough to do so, but that thing was unbelievable. That had
Watch
some
this.
serious
It's got a computer chip in it. Full count still. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Mancini. Quite a battle early on tonight. Took something off and popped him up. And there are 2 gone. The defense behind Ohtani looks the same as it did last night, with Adele, Marsh, and Lagares manning the outfield. Goslin, Iglesias, Fletcher, and Walsh in the infield. Max Stassi behind the plate. And I'm sure the Angels will have a little different look tomorrow for the day game to wrap up this long 10-game, 5-city road trip.
And having Lagares out and right, it's a tough right field here at Camden Yards, so good to see him out there. No errors in his last 132 chances.
Here's Anthony Santander now. He was 4 for 5 with a homer and 3 driven in last night. Switch hitting right fielder. 13 homers on the year, and a lot of that pop has come of late. They had a big series over the weekend against the Tigers. That one's rocketed to right, and that one's gone. Second solo shot of the inning against Ohtani.
And another home run by a lefty. Only one right-handed batter is homered against Ohtani this year. So you have hitters up there right now, the ultimate challenge facing Shohei Ohtani. So far in this inning, Baltimore has won that battle. And that's another fastball. This one stayed up, drifted out over the plate. And both home runs versus fastball, both at 93.
We've seen the heater at 95 today, but it just so happens that the 2 that got hit out were subpar velo-wise, and now it's DJ Stewart, another left-handed batter. Ohtani came into this start with only 2 homers allowed in 18 first innings this year. He has matched that total with 2 in about a 6-minute span tonight.
And this is a good hitter's ballpark, but both those baseballs were hit hard.
It's a misleading stat, and people talk about it all the time, not only with Shohei, but with pitchers that have bad first inning numbers. It's one thing if a guy gets touched up every first inning. It's another thing when he has one bad first inning and it's something that you can't ever get out of. And that's the case for Shohei. He had that terrible first inning in New York. In fact, didn't even get out of the first. 7 earned runs in 2/3 of an inning. That's going to put the finishing touches on a 2-homer inning by the Orioles.
Well, former Angel farmhand Chris Ellis takes us on our deep dive here. Minor leagues as a starter, under 4 innings average per start. He was also used, interestingly, Maddie, as an opener in the Tampa Bay organization in AAA. 9 Ks, 9.2 Ks per 9 innings, and then the homers are there, 14 allowed in 57 innings. And I'm talking all about the minor league numbers this season.
Jose Iglesias the first to face him here in the second. 2-0 Orioles early on tonight. Yeah, Jose, the AAA numbers for Ellis were not the stuff of call-up dreams. 1-5, 6.32 ERA. And that got Iggy in the hand. Oh, man.
Well, you hope he's all right. That got him square right on his hand. Such a valuable piece to this team this entire year. Wow, that baseball had some serious movement.
Yeah.
Four-seamer, dropped his wrist, runs out with right on the wrist. Top of the hand for Jose Iglesias. When you see a pitcher drop the wrist like that, that's going to have that lateral movement, and there's no way as a hitter you can get out of the way.
I mean, the Angels would go into crisis mode if Iggy wasn't able to play shortstop the rest of the year. You've almost taken for granted his reliability this season. Fletch can move over and play short. Goslin can play short in a pinch, but the Angels are at their best when it's Iglesias at that spot.
Anchors the defense, does a great job with the bat. It's not a good look right there. It doesn't seem to. Although he's going to stay in the game. He's tough.
He's waiting for the feeling to come back in his knuckles. Fourth time he's been hit by a pitch this year. Ironically, the last time he was hit by a pitch, it was against Baltimore on July 2nd. Leadoff hitter aboard the hard way for Max Stassi, who takes strike one.
So odd to see that pitch go running up and in on Iglesias. He's been pounding the strike zone with all his pitches.
Max had a couple of hits yesterday, scored a run, drove in another. And Stassi has a ball into the left field corner. Iglesias into third. Hit batsman and a double, and the Angels are in business in the second.
That's how you respond to a tough bottom of the first by Shohei Ohtani, is get the offense going right back, hit by a pitch, and then a double. Very similar running inside action on a fastball. This time Stassi brings his hands in and lines it down the line for a double. His 9th double, along with 11 home runs and a triple. So 21 extra base hits for Max Stassi.
Here's Brandon Marsh now. And Marsh aggressively pops the first pitch into right field. Brandon Marsh having a terrific start to the series as his 2-run single has tied it for the Halos.
Boy, how quick those hands are for Brandon Marsh. Now 10 RBIs. Numbers those last 12 games, 400 batting average. How quick he is on that slider. Rockets it through the infield, ties the game up with that swing. Good to see the offense get right back on board. Second inning, just like last night.
I mean, Brandon Marsh yesterday, player of the game with 4 singles. Really putting together a great road trip. 11 for 28 coming into the night. He has singled in his first try this evening. The last 12 games have been great for him.
Boy, what he's been doing in this series alone already. 5 for 7.
It was a little under 2 weeks ago, 12 games ago to be exact. He had an 0 for 4 against the Blue Jays with 4 strikeouts. And it was almost like that was the line of demarcation for him, because in 12 games since, you just saw the numbers on your screen, an OPS now of over 1,000. Quick check in on him at first base, and he's back in time. I mean, we talk about this a lot, Gooby, as you see the throw to the bag again. It's become real simple for Brandon. It's hunt the fastball.
Yep.
The damage has come against heaters.
And his hands are so quick, whether it's in the inside part of the plate, the outside part of the plate. Even now, he's been able to make the adjustment with his hands on pitches in the upper third of the strike zone. Pretty good lead.
He's running. Throw down to second base. He's in time to get him.
Marsh says no. He thought he got his foot in there.
First he wanted the appeal. He looked into the wrong dugout. Watch the end of this play. Takes a peek. Tag guy's like, we'll see it here.
That's a pretty quick throw.
Replay.
Win coming in, throw at 53% of base stealers. See if he got that foot in. I don't know. I think he got him.
I think he did too. And there will be no challenge issued by the Angels.
First time he's been caught stealing.
So it's 3-1 now to Joe Adell. I mean, if you really want to make sure that the guy's out, when he pops up and asks for the review, in my mind, it's a certainty that he didn't get there. The player always thinks he's safe.
Yes.
And always wants the review. And you know, that for the right reason. That's good. He should think he's safe.
Yes.
He still thinks he's safe. He's like, look, I know I look like Dallas Keuchel, but I'm so much faster than him. Boy, he is so hot right now.
Yes, he is.
Keep swinging it.
Speaking
Adell with
of
a rocket. Joe's going to try for second. Throw there is in time to get him.
And now he's saying he's safe too, just for fun. I think he got him there too.
Boy, I was shocked to see him take the turn like that's a base hit up the middle. And it's not like Mullins was lollygagging on it.
And he's got a good throwing arm. That's right. One hop right on the money.
Oh, he came off the bag a little.
Yeah, if he doesn't come off the bag, I think he's in there. Oh, it's close enough. I don't think they're going to challenge that one either. He's out. So 2 outs at second base in this inning alone.
I mean, this could very easily be a 3-2 game with nobody out and a runner at third. Here's Lagares now. He shoots that to right field. Carrying on Santander. Boy, some real squared up contact, and it translates into 2 runs for the Angels. A 2-2 ball game early tonight. Well, the track meet that started last night has continued tonight. Already a 2-2 ball game. Shohei Ohtani in the first allows 2 homers for the first time in his career. Not just first time in his career in an inning. First time in a start that he'd been touched up twice.
I want you to see the adjustments he makes. That's how quickly he could do so. Here's today's Hyundai key for the game today. Going a little Greg Kinn band. Big band out of Maryland. The breakup song. You got to break out that splitter and slider. The breaking pitches to be successful against Baltimore. They were sitting on a fastball early. Use that breaking stuff. Even mixing his curveball today.
I didn't know they were from Maryland.
Yes. Try to tie it all together. I knew you would like that song.
Yeah. Ramon Urias leading things off in the Orioles half of the second. 2 for 4, a couple of doubles, and 3 runs batted in yesterday. Hey, 1-1.
He's let a couple cutters slip out of his hand today. Same thing with that one splitter he has thrown. Always remember, that is one of the most humid places. As you can see, the humidity, how hot it is, feels like it's 95.
Let's check out the Bally Sports Doppler radar. Humidity almost 60% tonight, and yeah, there is worse weather approaching, we're told. Two balls and a strike. And Urias one-hops it out to Iggy, who looks no worse for the wear after getting hit in the hand last half inning and then coming around to score.
It's another out with his cutter on the ground. That's been so effective. It gets him back in the counts, gets him off-balance swing, generally soft contact.
One away for Jahmai Jones. Hitless with 3 strikeouts in his Orioles debut yesterday. Takes a slider for a strike. The Orioles have 38 wins this season, with 38 left to go on the schedule. If they go 38-0 to finish the year, that's a 76-win campaign. It's unlikely. If they go 10-28, they would avoid matching the 2018 mark of 115 losses. But there are some futility records that are, unfortunately for them, right in their crosshairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But as a team, all they're thinking about is this one opportunity to win a game like this. You know, there's a lot of eyes on this game. A lot of people watching with Shohei Ohtani on the mound. All they're thinking about is having their best game of the season. That's why the focus level for Shohei is even higher for him to be successful tonight. He's been around the slider quite a bit, not on top of it. See a little bit of frustration. When you see him flip the ball in the air like he did from his glove to his throwing hand, that means there's a little bit of frustration.
All right, here we go. Another full count. 1 out, bases empty. The 3-2 to Jones. Another slider hit well out to left field. This one playable for Adele. Boy, and Jones just missed that one. 2 gone now. Hey, I want to take you back to the throw around the horn after Urias grounded out. Watch the way Jose Iglesias receives this throw. Watch this. Watch him recoil a little bit. Ball hits the glove. Here it is.
Yeah, there's some discomfort still.
Yeah. There's the glove hand that he got hit on.
And there'll be some swelling in there as the game progresses.
Here's Kelvin Gutierrez now making a start at third base tonight, and Ohtani gets a call on a fastball. Gutierrez ended the night at third base yesterday. Went 0 for 2. Shorter slider in for a strike, and it's 0-2 now. I believe this is the first 0-2 count that Ohtani has had tonight.
So far this year, when he's had an 0-2 count, hitters have not got a hit. 32 strikeouts. Able to finish off a batter quickly on an 0-2 count.
This is where we need to get the pitch count back on track. 3-pitch punchy. Here we go. 0-2. Got him. All is well.
Futures now, that means 8 wins and also 40 home runs for Shohei Ohtani, our Kia player profile. How about this? On days that he has pitched and hit, he has now reached base safely in 6 of the last 7 as a starting pitcher. Not only that, Gooby, he's not the walks, it's 3 doubles and a home run. So you know one thing, Mandy, that Shohei actually told me like years ago, he goes, when I get a chance to hit and pitch same day, my mind is freer. Gooby, figure that out.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
He likes the separation. Like, okay, I have a tough inning on the mound. I'm going to go hit. And vice versa. I have a tough at bat. I'm going to go out, take it out on somebody on the mound.
You don't have to worry about what you did on the mound. You can worry about what you could do with the plate. I think that's a great thing to be able to have that option. That's a good change up.
Back to work is Chris Ellis, and he's got a 1-1 count now. Yeah, very good change on a swing and a miss. I think that's interesting, Jose, because the numbers are much different when he doesn't hit and pitch. He's more effective at the plate. But if he feels better doing both, then more power to you.
Gooby, Chris Martin shared that with us. Also, his former teammate at Hokkaido as a Texas Ranger.
I remember him saying early on in spring training in 18, do not worry about Shohei Ohtani. When you see the finished product, once the bright lights pop out there, he will be great.
Another good change, swung on and missed. Well, when he hits and pitches, he hits a 261 average with an 855 OPS. Real good. When he only hits, it's a 271 average and an OPS of over 1,000. And he has struck out twice tonight.
That's 153 strikeouts. this year for Shohei Ohtani. So when he's making contact, it's a hit or a home run. See, when after a couple change-up out of the strike zone, then he chases a curveball.
So one gone for David Fletcher, who lined to right in his first try tonight. And if he's going to continue the 7-game hitting streak, it's going to have to wait. He's 0 for his first 2, and 2 quick outs for Chris Ellis. Is this going to be another one of those nights where the Angels rely on the bottom of the order? Because that's what happened yesterday.
And it was very successful bottom part of the order. Even go back to that game where Shohei Ohtani pitched so well against the Tigers and homered. He was 0 for 3 to start with before homering.
Nothing in 1 to Phil Gosselin, who singled with 2 out in the first. It's kind of interesting, and we glanced over it yesterday, the fact that the Angels once previously in franchise history had played a team that had lost 18 in a row, and that was back in 1975. They played the Detroit Tigers, who at the time were losers of 18 straight. Angels won that game and then lost the next night. And it's a 3-pitch strikeout to Phil Gosselin. Cy Young Ellis blows through the Angels in order in the 3rd.
Now it's time for the Home Depot getting more done. And that's with the breaking balls. He's a splitter, cutter, slider. Last 6 starts, the usage up to 54%. On his batting average under 100, 093, with percentage of 30.1 with 27 punch-outs. His cutter, slider, and splitter over his last 6 starts.
Got the wheels back on with a 1-2-3 bottom of the 2nd. Here he is in the bottom of the 3rd, facing the number 9 hitter, catcher Austin Wins, and then Mullins and Mountcastle. 2-2 ball game early on tonight. Two balls and no strikes. The count to Wins. Southern California guy, Austin Wins, born in San Diego. 10th round draft selection by the Orioles in 2013 out of Fresno State. Slider gets Shohei back in the count, 2-1.
Just 4 of the first 9 batters he's done a first pitch strike for Shohei, which is going against the trend he's had over those last 6 starts where he's been outstanding with first pitch strikes.
Chopper for Iglesias. Spikes the throw, but a good job on the receiving end as always by Jared Walsh. A fine play at first base.
Iglesias knows this infield quite well. When Davey Concepcion back in the days with the Cincinnati Reds, but that was on AstroTurf. This is on grass. Gets the quick hop, scoops by Walsh at first, gets that first out of the inning. Slow roller like that, not a whole lot of time to get a lot on the throw. But a good skip throw over to first base by Iglesias.
So here's Cedric Mullins now open the ball game with a first pitch homer in the bottom of the first inning. Mullins has all 7 of the Orioles leadoff homers this year.
How about that one? He hit a home run on a fastball first pitch, and Shohei goes, you know what? All right, 97 with this fastball, and he's late. 4-mile-an-hour differential between the home run pitch and that fastball. Got to see his splits soon, don't you think, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I was just getting ready to ask you the same thing because he's kept that in his pocket until the second time through the order. Maybe we see it here. That's a pitch that wiggles right into the strike zone, and it's off the wall in right field. Lagares brings it back in. Mullins is going to have to be satisfied with a well-hit 360-foot single.
It's a real good play by Lagares. That's why he's such a perfect guy to have out in right field in this ballpark. There's a cutter or a slider that stayed up, and he turned on that one. Lagares played that one perfectly, and Mullins had to slam on the brakes. Otherwise, he's going to be out at second. So for a guy that had been struggling, just 5 for his last 40, 2 for 2 tonight, and now a stolen base threat.
I give him a lot of credit for throwing on the brakes. He knew exactly who was out there in right field. He saw how cleanly Lagares made that play off the wall, and now it's Mountcastle. We talked about Mountcastle's rookie slugging percentage, and there are some pretty impressive names on the franchise list in Baltimore.
Shohei doesn't have a great move to first base, but he's quick to the plate. So he allowed 2 stolen bases. 2 base stealers have been caught trying to steal. This in his career only has allowed 3 stolen bases in 6 attempts. So he's quick to the plate, holds the baseball well.
Dangerous hitter here with a runner on, and Mullins will run, by the way. 22 stolen bases for him. He has been thrown out 7 times. 22 stolen bases. He hit his 22nd homer of the year earlier tonight.
I would think he'd take a shot at stealing the base. Max Stassi's had a tough time throwing out base steals, only 15%. A bigger lead. It's a pretty good lead, 12 feet.
Sure is. He stays put, and Mountcastle fouls it away. It's 0-2.
A couple sliders today, but right out over the middle of the plate. He got away with that slider. See if he can make a quick adjustment, something we say that Ohtani does so well. So the slider 33% of the time coming into the game. He's about 18% slider usage overall in the season. Lately, though, he's thrown a lot more.
And he gets a strikeout with a split. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see that split a little bit here, second time through.
That was nasty. That was unbelievable how that went straight down. That's his 61st strikeout on his splitter. A whiff percentage, 53.7%.
Well, nobody has any success against that pitch the last couple months. The opponent's average, that zero, that Blutarski GPA 0.00, that's an 0 for 21. And here's Trey Mancini now with 2 gone.
Never a bad time to have an Animal House reference.
Ball and no strikes to count to Trey Mancini, who flied to right in the first. That was a ball that off the bat looked like it was going to do some damage. I like the Jeff Kent mustache that he's cultivating too. He's going with that kind of CHP look tonight. It's an aggressive mustache, I think, is how I would categorize that.
Solid look.
Ball and a strike to him. Runner at first with 2 gone. Boy, he's loving his slider tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's changing speeds with it, too. That's an 82-mile-an-hour slider.
Say the same thing here that we said to Gutierrez in the second. Let's keep the pitch count reasonable. How about a split that dives out of the strike zone for a punchy? And we go back to neutral corners. That's my call. Split punch. Oh, fastball got him.
He went Mo Larry the Cheese on that one at 97.
You sneaky little devil, you. Join us for this season of Angels baseball by visiting Angels.com to buy your tickets to upcoming games, including exciting matchups, giveaways, and more. Great homestand coming up. 2 against the Padres, 3 against the Yankees, 4 against the Rangers, and it all starts on August 27th. The Halos have a weird Sunday off this weekend, Gooby. Those don't come around very often.
It doesn't feel right.
Oh, Walshy got him. Come on, get it. Go. Go. Yes. Oh, it's been a while for Jared Walsh.
Since July 7th. Walshy, 23rd home run, and that has to feel real, real good in that swing. And that look up there saying, yes, got it. Big part of the yard, too. Just like that, the Halos with the lead.
Put that one on the iPad. I think Jared's going to watch that one tonight at the hotel.
Boy, he kept his head down and how quick and strong those hands were through the baseball.
And that will be the end of the line for Chris Ellis. Pitching change here in the top of the fourth. The Angels have taken their first lead of the ball game, and we'll be right back. New pitcher is Marcos Diplan. Worked yesterday in the loss and making his 9th appearance of the year here tonight. Guy who hasn't been with the big league team for very long, but he has had some success. And he's called on relatively early tonight after the starter Chris Ellis goes 3+.
Yeah, Diplan, he's fastball. We saw that yesterday with some pretty good movement to it. 91-96 curveball changeup.
Gave up 3 hits and a run yesterday in his inning and a third. In fact, the run was the first he had allowed since getting to the big league team. Snapped a scoreless inning streak to start a career that made him just the 6th pitcher in franchise history to not allow an earned run in his first 7 outings. Here's Jose Iglesias, the first to face him. A run in on the homer to give the Angels their first lead of the game. It's time for our Coors Light beating the pressure. Iggy into the corner and right, and that'll bound up against the wall. And a guy that loves to swing the bat in this ballpark continues to have success at Camden Yards.
23rd double this season, 17 doubles last year for the O's in that 60-game schedule. That's just a great swing. Break a ball away, then try to pull it, stays back. He knows this yard well. If you can hit the ball the other way, you're going to have some success. Right in that corner, right by that 318 sign, right in business again to add on here.
Here's what we're talking about with Iglesias in this ballpark. He's one of 3 players to have a 400 or better average in one stadium since the start of last year. Fletch at the Coliseum, Vlad Guerrero at TD Ballpark, and Iggy right here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. He's in scoring position now for Max Stassi, who doubled and scored himself back in the 2nd. So we were getting ready to talk about the Coors Light beating the pressure stat, and then Iglesias doubled, and we had to talk about his success here. But the point we were trying to make with him earlier is that he is one of 6 players in baseball that's hit in all 9 spots in his team's batting order this year. Of the 6 players in the league, 3 of them are Angels. Let's go back to this because I find it really interesting. It speaks to how Joe Maddon uses his roster. It speaks to the versatility of this Angels group.
And each one of the Angels hitters that have moved up and down the lineup like that have known where they're at in the lineup, what their job is going to be that day. It might be when they're in a 3 or 4 spot, they're run producer, even the 5th spot, lower part of the order, they're table setters. Top of the order, same thing.
And a 4-pitch walk to Stassi. And here comes Orioles pitching coach Chris Holt. Gives us a chance to bring you a quick word from Hyundai.
Head to your Hyundai dealer today, where new vehicles are arriving daily. Hey, it's your journey. Own it.
Chris Holt pitched for a time with the Houston Astros, the Orioles' second-year pitching coach. Shoulder surgery kind of derailed what was a very promising career for him. His visit is a brief one, and here comes Brandon Marsh. And I would imagine the conversation was no first pitch fastballs to this guy because he is up there hunting.
And I think we could take the bunt out of the equation here. First and second, no outs away. He's swinging the bat. So breaking ball, probably off speed, maybe changeup going away.
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't see a fastball the rest of the night.
There's that changeup.
And this would be the reason why. Over the 12-game stretch where Marsh is really heated up, he is absolutely destroying the heater.
It's basically life in the fast lane, don't you think?
Nice. Oh, 0-1 the count to Marsh with Iglesias and Stassi aboard. The Walsh homer giving the Angels their first lead of the game. I saw a fastball that missed. It's a pretty good one too.
Yeah, when he was struggling his first 22 games, it was a high fastball that gave Brandon Marsh some troubles. He's worked that fastball down in his zone. And he's been very successful squaring it up.
Change up that misses down and away. 2 balls and a strike. Cole Sulser is in the bullpen. It's going to be another Johnny Holstaff night for the Orioles. 3-1 to Marsh.
So 3 of the 4 pitches, just like you said, Matt, he's avoiding his fastball. He had that one pretty decent fastball, but 3 changeups in the 4 pitches.
Now, if you're Brandon Marsh here, do you sell out on a heater?
Yes.
What do you think?
Got to be. 3-1, first and second with no outs. You got to sit fastball and hope it's in the zone. Although you see some fingers being wiggled, might be off speed, but I'm sitting fastball.
Well hit into left. There it is. First career dinger for Brandon Marsh. Got it. 3-run shot.
Boy, Captain Caveman crushes a changeup. Got 4 changeups. He says, you know what? Yeah, I'm hitting the fastball well, but if you make a mistake with a changeup, I got my first career home run the other way. This time, no fan interference. No doubt home run. 3-run home run. Pretty good start of the game for Brandon Marsh. So Walsh and Marsh go yard in the same inning.
I mean, have a series, Brandon Marsh. They can't get him out. They got no answer for him.
No. You can't contain him either. There's just nothing you can do. I mean, when you're hitting a changeup out the other way, that's a lot of trust in your hands.
We got to send somebody out there to get that onion. Somebody's got to retrieve that souvenir for Brandon. He wants that one for the trophy case. First career dinger.
Mike Trout hit his first career home run in this ballpark.
Adele smacks it to second. Jones makes a nice play, but Joe's too fast. He beats it out for an infield single.
Boy, it's fun to watch him run. Wow, is he fast. They're saying, yep, he beat it. That's a really good play by Jam Jones, but Joe Adele flying down the line beats that one out. Boy, that lower half of the lineup, Joe Maddon's got to keep that just where it's at right now. Some damage.
Great look. What a terrific replay. And Adele clearly rather beats that one out. And that's going to be all for Diplon. A 6-2 Angels lead. Another Orioles pitching change, and we'll be right back. Well, Brandon Marsh's first career homer, not the first Angel to get his first home run in Baltimore. Mike Trout did it July 24th, 2011 in this very ballpark. His first of over 300. And the fam was here. They retrieved the baseball. Same way we hope Brandon gets his back. And then moments ago, Brandon Marsh going opposite field for his first career tater.
How about it going opposite? There's Mike Trout going, yes, I remember doing that here in this ballpark, but that's a changeup away with that type of power. Impressive.
A 4-run inning, 2 homers for the Angels, and a 6-2 lead for Shohei Ohtani, and a new pitcher on the mound for the Orioles. He is right-hander Connor Green, who was recalled from AAA Norfolk prior to the game tonight. A recent waiver claim off the Dodgers roster. Green actually had a couple of appearances with the Major League Los Angeles Dodgers. His last appearance came on the 15th of August. Prior to being sent down to AAA, his last appearance with the big league Orioles saw him allow a career-high 3 runs in just an inning. Changeup has Lagares over the top of it. Check in at first base. There have been others whose first career homer have come in this ballpark. Ike Hampton, his first homer, Angels catcher in the 70s. He hit only 6 homers in his career, but four homers in his career, rather. First one came here. Sean Figgins, Jeff Mathis, Brandon Wood. It's a fly ball out to right for Santander. And Adele has to get back on a headfirst slide.
Always a great time to see that name, Sean Figgins. Hit for the cycle in his career as an Angel. Joe Adele on the move. Has to track the baseball and get back. Did not touch the base. He didn't have to re-tag up. It looked like they had a shot at it, but a wide throw allows him to get back to the bag. He's been very active. A couple pickoff throws his way on a nice cool night in Baltimore.
So here's Ohtani, a strikeout victim twice tonight. He is watching and appreciating the support here in the fourth inning. So far, 4 runs on his behalf. Orioles are going to do their best to try to mitigate the speed of Joe Adele. By the way, the sprint by Adele on that base hit a little while ago ties the fastest sprint speed by any Angel this year. Hot shot to first. Mancini gets the out there. Adele to second. And that's the second out of the inning.
And he got down the line so fast. Speaking of getting down the line fast, Shohei Ohtani flying down the line. So that's incredible speed. And your number 8 hitter. And then your number 1 hitter in your lineup.
So here's Fletch now, 0 for his first 2, looking to convert on the modest, by his own standards, 7-game hitting streak tonight. It's been a fun inning. Get down. Fletch is 0 for 3. The way this is going, he's going to have 2 more plate appearances because the Angels sent 8 batters to the plate in the 4th and get on the board with 4 big runs. 2 homers doing the trick. Walsh and Marsh, and a 6-2 lead.
Now it's time for our Jeep Tools of the Trade. Let's take a look at the pitch sequence against Trey Mancini. No cutter off the plate, got back in the count with a cutter, then a slider, nasty slider. Fastball in, Mancini looking, breakable or splitter. Got the express at 97, set him up perfectly. His reaction was awesome on that one. 97, he's like, all right, threw me a cutter, threw me a slider. I'm looking split. Shohei goes, you know what? I'm going to be creative. I'm 97.
Ohtani has retired 7 of the 8 that he's faced since the home run he allowed to Santander in the first. He's also struck out 3 since that time. And it will be Santander to lead things off in the 4th inning tonight. 6-2 Angels. 4-run top of the inning for the Halos. 4, 5, 6 batters here for Baltimore. So Shohei starting to settle in, and contrast that with what's happened on the other side of the scorecard, where the Orioles are already too deep into their bullpen.
There he is.
It was a folly floater.
Yeah, 69-mile-an-hour curveball. He hasn't thrown one, and he throws it for a strike.
That's hooked into right, and it checks up in front of Lagares for a leadoff single.
Take a look at our StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud, working with those secondary pitches. We talked about the cutter and the movement and the splitter and slider, how very similar as far as the movement and the horizontal movement on the pitch, especially with the slider and cutter, same spot, but then the difference in the speed at 87, 82, and that different downward plane. But that splitter, though, wow, that movement, that drop of the splitter at 88. You got the cutter and splitter, very similar velocity. Slider, about 5 to 6 mile-an-hour difference. That's what makes it so special. All those difference in speeds of those secondary pitches.
DJ Stewart takes a fastball the other way. Adele can only watch this one. It's the third homer of the game for the Orioles, and it's a 6-4 Angels lead.
Boy, Stewart, he is strong. You can see how strong he is. That's his 11th home run. Just brought his hands up and get a fastball away. Four-seamer, you see the grip, drifts out over the plate, stays with it. It's going to be a battle here for Shohei just to get through that 5 innings, maybe 6 innings today.
I think so too. I think it's just feeling like one of those nights. Here's Arias now. Slider misses to him. He grounded out to shortstop in his first try. Shohei had been on such a run of quality starts. Doubles up on the slider, and it's 1-1.
5 hits today for the Orioles against them. All by left-handed batters today, including 3 home runs. Now 10 home runs allowed by Ohtani against lefties.
This run Shohei is on. Saw a brief note there for a moment. 6 straight quality starts, the longest stretch since Andrew Heaney ripped off a like number back in 2015. Another slider, tripled up on it. And Walsh has it for the first out.
Boy, Walsh is one of the most smooth pop-up catchers as a first baseman I've seen. He works on that all the time at home. Goes back, knows exactly where he needs to be. That's a big out for Shohei because he got away with that slider too, Matt. When you throw 3 in a row, this is a little different feel for some of his pitches today. But you know what? He's been on such an incredible run. Sometimes you forget that sometimes as a pitcher you're going to have a game where you miss some of your spots.
Here's Jones now. The home plate umpire tonight, by the way, we're mentioning this for the first time in the 4th inning, is Edwin Moscoso, who's only had an Ohtani game once in his career, and it happened to be Shohei's first start of the season on that first Sunday in April against the White Sox. And in that game, Ohtani went 4 2/3. He allowed only 2 hits, but the walks were the problem. Remember, he walked 5 in that game, and that was when the pitch mix was a lot different. He was throwing more splits, fewer cutters and sliders. Yeah, I was curious. I'd love to, get in the head of the umpire. Does one start kind of make a book on a guy? Like, did Edwin Moscoso come into this start tonight thinking, oh, this is Ohtani again? I remember him from April, and he just threw a ton of splits and walked 5 guys.
They remember that. Believe me, they remember exactly what you throw, what your tendencies are. Because the only thing you can go for, you look at some tapes too, is umpires, especially a home plate umpire, to prepare, just like players do. But you remember that game in which he threw the baseball.
Jones fouls that one away. It's 3-2 now.
By the way, that's a cutter. The pitch before was an 87-mile-an-hour get-over 3-0 fastball he threw, and then a cutter there. Now see if he goes back to the dominant pitch here to get a punch out.
Last 6 starts, he has been consistently in the strike zone in 3-ball counts. Again, that correlates to fewer splits, less chase dependent. Here's the 3-2 to Jones, and he locks him up on a slider. Boy, he has really stayed stubborn with that slider tonight.
And that was one of those Frisbee ones. If Dave Steve was ever watching a game, this would be one of those. I mean, when he was with Toronto, he had one of these wiffle ball sliders. That's a wiffle ball slider. I'm sure we'll see that on social media at some point, how much that broke and how late that broke in the strike zone for a punch out.
There's Kelvin Gutierrez now. He struck out on a split back in the second. 4 punch outs for Ohtani tonight. Starting to think about the choices Joe Madden will make tonight and how far he'll go with Ohtani on what has been a good but less than dominant night. There's that good slider again. It's 0-2. And I don't know that Ohtani will have a chance to face Santander again. That might be around the time we see the bullpen get involved.
I mean, you've seen him well. There's that split. I was wondering when he was going to use the split. That was a pretty good one. That's a real good 0-2 one.
One more.
Yep. I can't imagine him taking another one, though.
No, I totally agree.
It's the 3rd one. And Grant, we talked about it too, Matt. I mean, it's going down the usage of a splitter, but it's still that last time out against the Tigers, that was so good.
Got him with the slider. Once again, he is zigging when we think he's going to zag. However, the DJ Stewart homer makes it a 2-run game. Joe Madden waited to announce his lineup rather late today, and there was some questions on the roster because the Angels made a flurry of moves today. And just to bring you up to speed, the contracts of Jake Petricka and Elvis Peguero were acquired by the Major League team. I think that's the proper verbiage. They were called up, if you will. Kean Wong up from Salt Lake. Dylan Bundy's been placed on the 10-day IL. Reed Detmers and Austin Warren also placed on the injured list today. So 2 relievers and a utility player up on the big league roster and available tonight. Phil Gosselin leads things off in the 5th. Connor Green's in for a strike to put Gosselin behind 0-2.
Yeah, Green has basically 5 pitches. He'll throw a cutter along with his 4-seam fastball. It's about 93, 97. Curveball, slider, changeup. Well, there's been some runs scored in this series so far. I mean, 2 games in a row.
My goodness. 14-8 yesterday, 6-4 tonight, and we're only in the top of the 5th. Here's the 1-2. Chip shot back to the mound, and 1 gone to start the 5th. So that'll bring back Jared Walsh, whose 4th inning homer snapped a 99 at-bat homerless streak that dated back to July 7th. And Walshy jumped deep lawn for a first pitch swing and solo shot to the big part of the field. You know, Gooby, to your point on the runs in this series, 3-game series against the Indians, and the Angels scored 2 runs. So far this series, 20 runs in 13 innings.
You knew in this ballpark you have a chance to get some runs scored, but you weren't anticipating this much.
You know, that big scoreboard in right, it I don't know, mitigates the distance a little, but it's only 318 to that corner down there. Again, the short porch in the Bronx has nothing on this place.
No.
3 balls and no strikes to Walsh. It's a good take on a 2-0 curveball that time.
That means you're seeing the ball very well. That home run helps you. You don't have to think about that one for a while, but now you're tracking the baseball. And that's even a better take.
4-pitch walk for Walsh. And that'll bring back Mr. Camden Yards, Jose Iglesias, who has been hit by a pitch, doubled, and scored 2 of the Angels' 6 runs tonight. You know what is just striking me tonight in watching this home plate shot, Gooby, is there's got a celebrity in the ballpark. So many times you watch games in Anaheim or at Dodger Stadium and there's celebs in the ballpark.
Yep.
You'll see it in a moment. Kevin from The Office, right there, front row, wearing the orange Orioles shirt.
See that one? That's all. By the way, it's an all-time show.
I think that's him. If not, it's his doppelganger. 1-1 to Iglesias. No, it's not him.
But we could, you know.
Not him.
No. But you know what? We can tell it's very hot there. Boy, he's a human.
Great show, however.
Yes.
We have suggestions by our production crew in the truck who have offered that gentleman looks like Whose Line Is It Anyway alum Colin Mockery. And if that's a cultural touchstone for you, you should get a job with Bally Sports. I don't know who that is.
I'll tell you, we do have a talented trucker. They know everything.
We do.
Yes.
2 balls and a strike to count to Iglesias.
It's a good count right now. Maybe Joe Madden puts a hit and run on, especially the numbers Iglesias has in this ballpark.
Just got under that. Just missed it. Stewart is circling under it to make the catch. Walsh going to tag up, and he'll get to second on a fly ball to left. And apparently the Halos have DJ Stewart scouted as a guy they can run against.
Boy, a fly ball to left center, but the way he was going back, it would look like it was a struggle to catch it. So that's a great decision by Walsh. Because at that point, you're thinking, I'm just happy to make the play, because he was moving along the warning track. And as soon as he sees that, he's just going to be happy to make the play, tagging up, get into scoring position for Max Stassi. It's good base running. Makes it a more difficult throw when you're not getting behind the baseball and going towards the throw, towards the second base or third base.
0-1 the count to Stassi, who has doubled, walked, and scored a couple of runs tonight. Again, the bottom half of the order for the second straight night has been the most productive chunk of lineup. Angels are 2 for 4 tonight with runners in scoring position. Stassi's got one here with 2 gone. Oh, get going. Not enough to right field. Runner left stranded. We've reached the midway point tonight. 6-4 Halos.
And so far tonight, Shohei Ohtani has used his slider quite a bit. The average and the usage coming into the entire season, 18%. You see the velocity and spin rate tonight, 33% usage of his slider, and his velocity down just a little bit on that one. Look at Land Rover above and beyond his slider, how wicked it has been when he's been able to control the strike zone with it, how much his break, how late the break has been. Looks like a strike, ends up nasty on a corner. A lot of hitters having a tough time dealing with that 3 strikeouts with his slider there on those sequences.
Pair of strikeouts ended the bottom of the 4th. Here he is in the bottom of the 5th, and he'll get the catcher number 9 hitter Austin Wynns. Then the top of the order, Mullins and Mountcastle. A 6-4 lead for the Angels on a night where it feels like you'd like to have a little bit more.
It's a huge inning now for Shohei Ohtani and the Angels. You got number 9 here in Wins, but then you have Mullins, who's really seen the ball well against Ohtani, and Mountcastle, even though he's got him out twice, he's got great power.
It's a good fastball running inside to even the count at 1-1. A 3-homer night for the Orioles, trailing by a pair. There's that slide ball again. What a good one.
Boy, where that starts. The tracer really tells you how wicked that is, how late the break is, and how much it does break by the plate.
Fastball fouled away. I think it's interesting to note that the Orioles, with 3 homers tonight, are in the midst of their 4th game during this losing streak in which they've hit 3 or more homers. So the power really hasn't helped. The problem is, during the losing streak, they've allowed 42 home runs. And as we mentioned last night, they're the only team in baseball that has a sub-500 record when they score first, as they did tonight. Two balls and 2 strikes to count to Austin Wins. Slider hit in the air out to left. Adele parked under it. There's 1 away. If you need a refresher on what's happened here in Baltimore over the last almost 3 weeks, a run differential of over 100. They're averaging fewer than 3 per game. They're not hitting, but most alarmingly, the homers and the team ERA. My goodness.
That's the big difference. When you're struggling to score runs, but your team ERA is that high, you're always behind, and you're trying to catch up with one swing of the bat instead of having an approach at the plate where you can try to manufacture runs. You can't. You got to live by the home run ball when you're that far behind.
I mean, that drop down line on that graphic, 16 of the 19 losses have been by 3 or more runs. I mean, it's not like they're losing 2-1 every night, right? I mean, they're getting boat raced out of the building.
Couple shakeoffs. He threw first pitch curveball, backdoor.
Doubled up on the curveball, and now he's in front of Mullins 0-2.
And now you got to try to get a chase, either a split in the dirt. I wouldn't mess that. I think he likes to try that high fastball, but the way he's hit the fastball, I wouldn't even try that. You already have him set up. He's been so good on 0-2 counts, finishing off hitters. I go to the splitter now.
He did, and he spiked it, didn't get a swing. A ball and 2 strikes to Mullins, who's homered and singled tonight, giving him 145 hits on the year. He is among those chasing Major League Baseball's hits leader, David Fletcher, who happens to be hitless so far tonight. Came in with a fastball. Are you hearing a cricket, Gooby?
Yes, I heard that. Yes. And that's not Jiminy. That's not the cricket. That had a little cut action to it.
I mean, this is not our audio technician trying to be cheeky. There's an actual cricket near one of the crowd mics in the ballpark. It's actually a pretty exciting game.
Took off a slider. Let's go backdoor curveball. This will be the 3rd curveball in the sequence against Mullins.
And he spit on it.
Well, he's done that twice now in this at bat, where he hasn't chased a splitter just below the strike zone or a curveball. Now, where that ball was caught, yes, it's out of the strike zone, but going by the front of the plate, that's pretty close to take it like that. It tells you that Mullins seen the ball exceptionally well out of the hand of Ohtani, he's never faced him before.
Got him.
He goes, okay, I'll go back to my devastating split.
Well, he's only thrown a handful of them tonight. No, that was a good one.
Look how far that dropped. That was in the strike zone, and where it ends. That's crossing the plate close to a strike and ends up well below the strike zone.
All 6 of the splits that he's thrown tonight have been out of the strike zone. He's gotten 2 strikeouts on that pitch. Slider starts Mountcastle with a strike. Two homers yesterday for the rookie DH. 0 for 2 so far tonight. The 2 homers yesterday for Mountcastle made him the 3rd rookie Oriole to have a 2-homer game against the Angels. Jeffrey Hammonds was the most recent before Mountcastle, and the first was the legendary Boog Powell. Two balls and a strike. We talked about his ascent up the franchise rookie home run leaderboard, chasing down Hall of Famers Murray and Ripken. 2-1. And he's been able to take those sliders pretty easily here. 3 balls and a strike now.
Yeah, the first pitch close. After that, he has not gone after it. Remember, he got him out on one his second at bat. Hit a ground ball to short on a cutter his first at bat. I wonder if you would think it's the cutter for him.
Offered at that one. Boy, I'm telling you, Shohei, he is going to throw that slider all night, come heck or high water.
Yeah. Boy, that thing is sharp. When he's on top of the baseball and not around the baseball, basically the fingers on top as compared to around the middle of the baseball, it is so effective.
He's going to throw it again here. Fouled it away.
So now he can get him to chase a slider because he threw that one. He showed Mountcastle that he could throw it for a strike. Now, well, we can never doubt anything that Shohei does. But a lot of times, if you show that you can throw the slider for a strike, you'll get a chase the very next one on one that's out of the strike zone.
6 pitches in this plate appearance, 3 sliders, 2 cutters, and 1 four-seam fastball. Got away with one that time.
Yeah, that cutter backed up. It'd be very difficult for a young hitter like Mountcastle to not chase whether it's a cutter or a slider off the plate now.
Trey Mancini waits next. Adam Sandler in the stands tonight watching the game.
You got to work in there today, Matt. Way to go.
Loved his work as Cajun Man. Next full count pitch. Got him! You called it, partner. Couldn't lay off the frisbee. 7 punchies for Shohei in a still 6-4 Halos lead.
So hot, why not just do the play sense presented by Frontier on who else? Brandon Marsh staying inside the ball, hands are quiet, and mainly they're on time. He's able to drive the ball the other way, not afraid of just waiting for the baseball. And then when he's on time, he can react on velocity or rotation. Yes, rotating those hips, pulling the baseball with some authority, and all the energy he throws in there. And also, we know he's very selective. Off-speed pitches. Look at the reach. Look at the range, and then look at the bat staying flat through that zone to drive it out for his first one in the show. How nice is that, Matty?
This was the series for Brandon Marsh, and it's really turned into a great road trip for Brandon. He'll lead things off in the 6th against a new pitcher on the mound for the Orioles. Baltimore into their 3rd reliever tonight already. He is right-hander Cole Sulser. Starts Marsh with a fastball for a strike.
92, 95. Also a cutter, curveball, slider, changeup. Likes his changeup to lefties. Although I don't know if you throw a changeup to Brandon Marsh after you homered that last at bat on a changeup.
Yeah, that changeup has made Cole Sulser a reverse splits guy. Better against left-handed hitters than right-handers. He's got left, right, right here in the 6th. What's turned into that great bottom third of the Angels order. This dude is so locked on right now. What a pleasure it is watching him swing the bat.
That changeup again, lines it to left, hands through it, timing like Jose was just talking about. Timing is there. To stay back on that one, that's amazing. And the changeup has been very effective against Brandon Marsh coming in. This is 1 hit versus the changeup, but not tonight, 2 in a row. I go back to about 3.5 weeks ago. It feels like they've been on the road forever, but they were working. Jeremy Reed and the entire hitting staff was working with him on tracking bunts and bunting down the third base line. It got his eyes level on the pitch away, and he worked on the bunt down the third base line all day long that one afternoon. And since that point, he has been locked in. He's not bunting, but he's tracking the baseball. Rod Carew mentioned that a lot. When he was struggling, he would just go up there to bunt. Not to bunt for a hit. He would put the bat out there, the bunt, to be able to track the baseball, what level the baseball was going to be, whether it's the knees or upper part of the strike zone. Just allowed his eyes to train and track the outer part of the plate.
Big swing and a miss by Adele, who took a rip at an elevated fastball, and Joe's behind 0-2. I'm smelling player of the week for Brandon Marsh.
Those numbers definitely jumping out there saying yes. The Angels have had quite a few of them this year already. Players of the month, players of the week.
Walsh, Ohtani, Fletch, Max Stassi. Yeah, you're right about that. Wow. And Sulser couldn't get a call on that fastball that looked like it was right over the heart of the plate. It's a ball and 2 strikes to Adele.
Now you better be hacking here if you're Joe Adele. Something close to the plate. Make some contact here.
What do you say that? Makeup call coming?
Just because a borderline pitch won't go your way the second time around. That last one was all over the strike zone.
Jose Quijada's up in the bullpen for the Angels. We kind of guessed about a change coming up, and that's exactly what Adele does. Borderline pitch, and Marsh wisely eats it, and that allows Adele to reach safely.
Yeah, he kind of made him think about, he was thinking about tagging him, and he stops. And then he's forced that flip throw to second. There's no way at that point you have any chance.
My goodness, Joe Adele is he's like a bolt of lightning up the line. They just don't come around that fast, folks. We take that speed for granted.
And when you think about the power he has,
So he's gotten up the line at 30.8, and that time 30.5 feet per second. And I know it's hard to quantify those numbers, but we can just tell you that 30 is elite speed. That is top 2 percentile. Lagares now.
Well, MLB average is 27 feet per second. I mean, that tells you how incredibly fast he is.
Adele at first with one gone, and the count's a ball and no strikes to Juan Lagares. He'd love to take that pitch and have a swing at it.
Yeah, I just literally, I was one of those ones, if you're a pitcher, you go, please don't swing, please don't swing.
And now he's behind 1-2. Ohtani waits on deck. Even though Quijada's up in the bullpen, this is a perfect place for Joe to do some National League chicanery, because he can get another plate appearance out of Ohtani before he has to replace him in the order.
And you wonder if Joe wouldn't put him out there to face Mancini and then go to Quijada, lefty versus lefty.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because we guessed on this earlier. I don't think he'll face Santander again tonight.
No. This is a big inning to add on too. Remember, Shohei at his 4th at bat. Last time he started, hit a home run, number 40 of the season.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Do we have any way of determining if Brandon Marsh got that ball back? Because, you know, it went into the seats, and I don't know if the Angels sent somebody from the clubhouse out there to try to barter for it.
That is definitely being asked on social media quite a bit.
Yeah, we got to check in with some folks on the ground. And it's a full count now, 3-2 to Lagares.
Jared Walsh goes, I get a pretty good beer, don't you think? And Marsh is going, nah, not quite.
No.
Nah.
That Dan Fouts thing that Walsh has is nothing compared to what Marsh has cultivated.
Oh.
Swing and a miss by Lagares, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. So here's Ohtani, who twice this season has homered on nights that he started as the pitcher on the mound. Most recently in Detroit in his last start.
I wonder if he's going to see first pitch change up here. It's in the zone. You got to believe he's going to get a good swing at it.
Oh boy. He took a fastball he'd like to have back for a strike. It's 0-1 to Ohtani, who struck out twice tonight. Swings at that changeup, and now he's behind 0-2. It's true of every hitter. When you get into guess mode and then you take a first pitch strike, that might be your best cookie of the plate appearance.
Yeah, you're almost likely to expand the strike zone the very next because you're frustrated that you let that one go, the first one.
0-2. Back-to-back changeups, and it's still 0-2 to Ohtani.
Just staying away, changeups, fastball. And that hustle by Joe Adele gives Shohei a chance in this inning, avoiding that double play ball. So see if Shohei can add on to his lead on the mound.
Adele at first with 2 gone, 0-2 the count to Ohtani. Big velocity from Sulser that time, pumped it right past Shohei. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, still 6-4 Angels. Angels baseball on Bally Sports is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now with summer-only savings on all models. Visit buyhyundai.com today. By Jack in the Box. Try our new $3.50 spicy tiny tacos and our $4.50 loaded spicy tiny tacos only at Jack in the Box, or get them delivered. And by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Big night for Shohei Ohtani on the mound. Despite allowing 3 homers for the first time in his career, he did strike out 7 and exits with a 2-run lead after some negotiation with he and his translator and friend Ippei. They tried to talk Joe Madden into letting him go back out there, but Joe said, nope, we're going to Jose Quijada here in the 6th.
It's amazing how whenever those last couple batters he faces in his game, it always results in a punch out. It seems to. The last 2 batters he faced last inning, Mullins, Mountcastle, both strikeouts.
Boy, that's right. That was the case against the Tigers on Wednesday. I remember that pretty vividly because he was doing all that Monica Seles grunting out there, the finish line noise.
Yep.
Didn't walk anybody once again tonight and does exit with a 2-run lead. Trey Mancini is the first to face Jose Quijada, and he'll pop it up. Fletch read that one really well from second. Man, I mean, he was on the move on contact out there to that spot.
That's a great route. Off the bat, I'm thinking there's no way. You can just thinking how close is Brandon Marsh going to get to that baseball, and Fletch makes it almost look routine. That's a great first step, knowing exactly where to go on the pop-up, where it's going to fall, the baseball towards your glove, and he made an outstanding play.
Clip that one off for the platinum glove file that Jose Mota was advocating for last night.
Yes.
Here is Santander, the switch hitter, in from the right side. A homer and a single tonight. 6 for 7 in the series with 2 home runs. For Jose Quijada, this is his 9th appearance since being recalled from AAA Salt Lake at the end of July. He's been up and down 4 times.
He's got a really, really good fastball, and the way he throws the baseball, the arms and legs, the glove movement, great deception. Change up solid, same thing with his breaking ball, but his fastball, he could run it up that mid upper 90s and upstairs.
It's the second time in 2 nights that they've gotten Santander out. And with the bases empty, now a quick word from the Home Depot.
Join the Home Depot Pro Extra program that saves you time and gets you rewarded. Keeping score has never been easier.
2-way for DJ Stewart, who has also homered tonight. 2-run shot against Ohtani in the 4th. You know, another note to kind of button up Shohei's night. It's just the 2nd time in his career that he threw the slider as his dominant pitch. More sliders than anything else.
Yeah, he had some flat ones early, but then all of a sudden he had a great feel for that as the game moved along.
Mike Myers up in the bullpen behind Quijada. Oh, 0-2 the count to DJ Stewart. You know what Quijada reminds me of? His delivery and his finish. It's almost like Rich Hill sped up to like 1.5 frames per second. It's like a spastic Rich Hill. He's got that field goal finish. That.
Is he going to make the play on that one?
Oh, no!
He got called off. He had it, too. He tracked it. Max got in the way. He had it. That's your dream as a pitcher. You finally get a chance to catch a pop-up. AC he says he's got it, and he got out of the way. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, Quijada, cuidado, piso mojado. Two and two. Come on, no second chances after a botched foul pop.
No, finish him off with that good breaking ball now. Went high fastball, have that outer half opened up now.
Hey.
So since running after that pop-up, 2 pitches missed by a lot for Quijada.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. That's a good take by Stewart. He draws ball 4. And that ends a stretch of 8 straight Orioles retired by Angel pitching. Here comes Joe. And I think that's going to be it. He wants a right-hander for Ramon Urias. A pitching change, and we'll be right back. Here's tonight's ballpark view from the T-Mobile coverage cam as we welcome you back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And we send out birthday salutations to Justin Upton. Still nursing a banged up left calf, but Jay Up turning 34 years old today. And let's flash back to home run number 100. And inside the Parker, as a Diamondback against the Padres, this coming on his birthday back in 2012.
Wow, that's impressive. Moving it on your birthday, home run. The unconventional way. Just 1 RBI away from 1,000 in his career.
Mike Myers is looking for the finishing touches in the bottom of the 6th inning with a runner aboard and 2 away. And it's an 0-2 count to Ramon Urias. And when J-Up gets to 1,000, he will tie Darryl Strawberry on the all-time RBI list. Straw finished his career at 1,000. That was ranked 291st. It's a pretty impressive list of names when you play as long and as productively as Justin Upton has.
I remember even talking to a number of different managers that he was with him, whether it's Kirk Gibson. So he said his power, and we've seen it, majestic power when he squares up a baseball.
Ball and 2 strikes to Arias. Yeah, so J-Up has homered on his birthday, and we showed it to you, that Inside the Parker in 2012. After that homer, he has gone 0 for 22 when he plays on his birthday. So maybe it's not a bad thing that he's getting an extra day to rest the calf tonight. Chopper for Fletch to retire the side. Nothing comes of the 2-out walk. We're off to the 7th and a still 6-4 Angels lead. Spent Friday, September 3rd at the Big A as the Angels take on the Rangers at 6:30. First 14,000 fans will receive a tote bag courtesy of Nito Tire. For more on the giveaways, visit angels.com/promotions. Another pitching change for Baltimore. They're on their 4th reliever of the night. Southern California guy Dylan Tate takes over here in the top of the 7th inning, and he'll get Fletcher, Goslin, and Walsh.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball. He can get up there to 98. He's 92, 98, slider, changeup. Really like this kid's arm.
Lively fastball starts Fletcher with a strike. UCSB guy. Originally drafted as a first rounder by the Rangers. Fletch chops it to shortstop for Urias, and David's 0 for 4 to start the night at least. Still hoping for a chance to extend the 7-game hitting streak, and there's one gone.
Then you go back to the top of the order. Last night, bottom half was outstanding. It's doing the same thing here tonight. It's good to see that balance.
Phil Goslin is singled, struck out, and grounded back to the pitcher. Stolen base back in the first inning was his first of the year. Boy, not only throwing that fastball firm, there's a lot of late life on that pitch from Dylan Tate.
Yep. So we see the 99 and 97.
Oh, and 2 to Goslin. Day game tomorrow, 10 a.m. start, Southern California time. Jaime Barria on the mound for the Angels tomorrow. talked about this a little bit yesterday. After this series with the Angels, the Orioles schedule gets even hairier. Still 1-2 to fill. The Rays come in here for 3. And they're not a lot of fun, as we know. And then Baltimore travels to Toronto. 3 with the Blue Jays, then 3 with the red hot Yankees. Things don't soften up until they get back home for 4 with Kansas City. So if you want to look for winnable games for Baltimore to snap out of this 19-game slide, there's not a lot of good news ahead. 2-2 to Goslin. High chopper. That's going to be a tough play, and it bounces foul.
That's a good decision by Tate to let that one go. We know how quick Goslin gets down the line. Even though your instincts are to field that and turn around and try to make a quick throw, but there's no way you're throwing him out.
By the way, the Yankees are off tonight. Speaking of New York, and they're one of the teams on the Angels' upcoming homestand. They've won 11 in a row, their longest winning streak since 1985. The whole AL East has gone streaking. Yankees in a good way, Orioles having lost 19 straight, and Goslin's rung up. Jared Walsh responsible for tonight's Arco top-tier play. Leading off the inning, picks on the first pitch and takes Chris Ellis deep. That was the final pitch Ellis would throw tonight. First homer for Jared since July 7th. You know, this is how good a start to the year Walsh had. Consider that he hadn't homered for the second in 99 at-bats. And there are still only 3 guys whose primary position is first base that have hit more than Jared Walsh. Vlad Guerrero, Matt Olson, and Jose Abreu.
That is really impressive.
Two balls and a strike. Three and one now. Boy, everything moves from Tate. He might be one of those guys, and I mean it as a compliment, who does not have the ability to throw it straight.
No, you almost have to have your catcher set up in the middle of the plate, because if it starts on the corner, there's no way an umpire can call it a strike with all that late movement he has. See that again. That's a lot of movement.
Walsh is really tracking the baseball well, as you pointed out when he walked in the 5th. Gooby. Couple of tougher takes here. So a homer and 2 walks tonight for Walsh. And here's Iglesias, who's going to pick out a first pitch fastball and hit it into the gap. Ready? Bet me a quarter?
No, I can't go against you. You were saying Marsh was going to go yard, and he did.
I know. I'm feeling real froggy now. On the ground for Gutierrez. Takes care of Iglesias to retire the Angels without incident in the 7th. 7th inning stretch in Baltimore, still 6-4 Halos. Play Home Run Blast presented by Coors Light. Pick 3 players you think will homer, and if they go deep, you win cash. Go to the Bally Sports app or homerunblast.com to play. And just remember that you cannot pick a player in our game being broadcast tonight. You can play games later on tonight or games tomorrow. And you can make 1 entry per day. Mike Myers continues on the mound. Angels still ahead by 2 as Myers gets the bottom third of the Baltimore Oriole. Jones Gutierrez and wins.
That's a good running fastball in. Sets up a slider away.
Let's say that Myers can finish out the 7th. You're still going to need a bridge to Iglesias tonight. And I think, according to Joe, Rysel is available tonight in a back-to-back capacity because he pitched last night. Ohtani for 5 innings. Quijada got a couple of outs in the 6th. Up the middle and through, a base hit. Jahmai Jones' first hit as an Oriole.
A little bit more of the plate than he probably wanted on this slider. Yeah, got middle of the plate, and damn, Jones able to hit that one hard up the middle for a base hit.
So here's Gutierrez now, who really had fits against Ohtani. He was responsible for 2 of Shohei's 7 strikeouts tonight.
Very, very dangerous pitch.
Oh, 0-1 the count to Kelvin Gutierrez. Hey, that came in and hit him on the hand. And now you got trouble because the go-ahead run will come to the plate. First 2 hitters have reached, leading off the home half of the 7th.
See exactly where that got him. That still got the hand and bottom of the bat, definitely hit by pitch.
Gutierrez is looking okay to continue. He's telling his manager it's all right. Glancing blow. Well, Mike Myers would love a bouncing ball here to try to mitigate some of the damage. He's got first and second and nobody out. There have been 3 double plays turned behind Mike when he's on the mound.
You wonder with the top of the order coming up, would they not ask Wynn to turn around and bunt, square around?
They do just that, and he takes a strike. Yeah, this is troubling because, as we talked about last night, yes, it's a team that's lost 19 in a row, but they've got a lot of thunder atop their lineup. Mullins, Mountcastle, and Mancini, all who plan to hit here with runners on, are each 20 homer guys. Squares around again and drops it down. Myers will go the safe way to first. Sacrifice works. And now what do you do with Cedric Mullins? Here's why he is dangerous. First pitch in the bottom of the 1st inning. And Mullins goes big part of the ballpark.
That's a 93-mile-an-hour fastball against Shohei Ohtani. Well, they're going to go down to the bullpen, looks like.
Yeah, Myers will be removed with second and third and one gone, and the Angels are going to the bullpen for their third reliever of the game. We'll be right back.
Still a beautiful.
Angels baseball on Valley Sports is brought to you by your Southern California Chevy dealers and by Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Quite a spot for veteran right-hander Jake Petrichka to make his Angels debut. It's not only his first appearance as an Angel, it's his first appearance in the big leagues since appearing with the Brewers in April of 2019. Time in Milwaukee with the Jays and the White Sox. He's facing the go-ahead run. Runners at second and third, one gone here in the seventh. First pitch to Cedric Mullins, misses in tight.
Yeah, his fastball 91-96. We'll throw a slider. You saw first pitch slider and a good changeup.
Ball and a strike.
Good arm action on his changeup on that pitch. Even though it was upstairs.
Petrichka had been pitching in the Independent Atlantic League earlier this season when the Angels signed him. Two balls and a strike. .33-year-old right-hander trying to get out of a tight spot here. 2-1 to Mullins. Back up the middle. Fletch was waiting for it. It's going to score a run. Jones crosses the plate to make it a one-run game. There are two out with Gutierrez advancing to third. So a one-time four-run advantage is now a not so comfortable one-run lead. And here's Mountcastle. Fastball starts in with a strike. Two homers yesterday, two strikeouts tonight, part of an 0 for 3 game 2. Two fastballs get Petrichka ahead 0-2.
95-96.
Boy, this guy's got a lot of arms and legs, doesn't he? I mean, there's a lot happening here.
Between that and Quijada from the left side, and then Petrichka from the right side.
You hear a lot about pitchers staying on line to the target. That is not a part of Jake Petrichka's mechanical approach.
No. He said, you know what, I want to throw the glove, the legs, the body, everything to distract the hitter to see if I get a swing and miss.
That's the tying run at third base, Gutierrez. And a good changeup gets the strikeout. 6-5 Angels. Hey, join your Angels for every Saturday night home game and stay to enjoy post-game Saturday night fireworks. Visit angels.com/promotions for more details. Next one's coming up this Saturday, the 28th, with the Padres in town. San Diego playing the Dodgers tonight. That one scheduled to tip off in about 20 minutes. Max Stassi will lead things off in the Angels half of the 8th. Stassi, Marsh, and Adele as Dylan Tate continues. He pitched a scoreless 7th, worked around a 2-out walk. Max has scored a couple of runs with a double and a walk on his line tonight, and it's 1-1.
Oh, that's some serious movement. 99 and then 97 from Tate.
On one hop for Gutierrez. What a road trip, what a series it's been for Brandon Marsh. 4 for 5 yesterday with 2 runs batted in. A 2-run single tonight to start his night. A 3-run homer in the 4th, his first career long ball. For good measure, added another base hit in the 6th. And he's going to face a new pitcher as the Orioles go to the bullpen with 1 away in the 8th. We'll be right back. Around Major League Baseball tonight, the Twins are at Fenway, and watch where this one goes. Miguel Sano hits the longest homer in baseball this year. 495 feet to dead center field.
As a pitcher, you know what? When you're going to give up a home run, you could say I give up that one that far. I mean, you don't want one that just barely gets over the wall. You want one that's up there for a long, long time as the longest home run. You're saying, hey, I generated that power.
Tanner Scott is the new pitcher for the Orioles. There's one away with the bases empty, and he's in charge of getting the hottest hitter on the field tonight out, and that's Brandon Marsh. We walked you through his highlights tonight, and I think the interesting part of Marsh's night is this. We started by talking about how he's hunted the fastball this trip. All three of his hits have come on non-fastballs. He singled against the slider in the second, homered against the changeup in the fourth, and then another base hit against another changeup in the sixth.
And again, a good take on a slider just off the plate. Scott will throw his fastball. Another good arm out of the bullpen for Baltimore, 94-99, and also a hard slider. You saw that one at 90.
2 balls and a strike to count to Brandon Marsh. So, Gooby, I guess you've been monitoring social media on the dialogue around the baseball that Brandon Marsh hit out his first homer, right? We talked about how he wants to get it back. And people were quick to point out that it bounced back onto the field. Then somebody threw it back into the stands. And from there, the story takes a fortunate turn. The fan that got it when it was thrown back into the stands was approached by a woman who identified herself as a family member of Brandon Marsh, which wasn't entirely true. She was, however, the mother of Andrew Wantz, Angels reliever. And she figured the appeal would be better if she could say she was a relative of Brandon. And she was right, because the fan said, oh, well, that's very nice. Here, take the ball. So Andrew's mom helped get the baseball back for Brandon Marsh. Good work.
Yes.
That's a good teammate.
Yes, it's all one big family at this point.
There's Andrew. Here's Joe Adell. It's been a good night for Joe. 2 singles. He's reached on a fielder's choice, been on base in all 3 of his plate appearances.
And we've been able to get a chance to see him run down the first baseline. Elite speed. What, 30.8 feet per second and 30.5 feet per second get down to first base?
Oh, 1-2 the count to Joe Adell. Sounded like he might have broken a bat, and I think he did. Well, as much as you'd love to have a little more help here offensively and a little cushion, it is worth noting that the Angels have the best winning percentage in baseball in 1-run games. 2010. Oh, 2 to Joe.
Fighting off some tough pitches, looking for that one mistake. I still like those add-ons, though. They'd be fun.
Yeah, I don't want to lean on the the history of the graphic there.
Yeah.
Let's add on.
Yes.
0-2 the count to Adell.
As we talked about the Rolling Stones yesterday, waiting on a friend. They'll take that friendly extra run here or two.
Another 0-2 pitch on its way. Now the appeal, no swing, says the crew chief. Or that's Brian O'Nora, not the crew chief, but he got it right.
We had a lot of people in the stands and in the dugout there too for Baltimore saying he went. Didn't go.
Ball and 2 strikes to Adele. Try to go down and in on him again. Great play by Gutierrez, and the throw is just a half step better than one of the fastest guys in the game. What a play. Angels go away in order for the first time tonight.
Going back to our Hyundai key for the game today, the breakup song. But Trickett so far able to mix in his fastball and that little sinking fastball or changeup. Looking for some breakup pitches to be able to hold on to this lead. Shohei Ohtani really had that breakup pitch going, his slider.
And Petrichka hoping that this is the last time the Angels will have to face the dangerous part of the Baltimore order. Mancini, Santander, and Stewart. The last 2 in that group have homered tonight.
That's the movement.
0-2.
Great movement.
Jake Petrichka is listed at 6'4", 218. But with his limbs flopping around and the elbows and kneecaps coming at you, he probably appears 6'7" on the mound. There's a base hit to lead things off in the 8th. Now, doggone it, that was a 1-2 pitch, too. Those 2 strike counts that get away are tough.
Yeah, you're looking to try to get a chase out of the strike zone. This is a good swing by Mancini. Went right back up the middle. There's a changeup. Towards the end of the bat, didn't try to pull it. Over the years for Mancini, you see a lot of power to right center field, a lot of his doubles, and that's the kind of approach he had on his changeup.
And here's the right fielder, Santander, with a homer and a single tonight. He's homered twice in the series and driven in 4 runs. Particularly dangerous from the left side of the plate. Tying run aboard here in the bottom half of the 8th, and it's a ball and a strike. Well, we were hopeful that Mike Myers could finish the 7th and that Joe Madden would need only one additional bridge reliever to get the ball to Iglesias. But it appears it's going to require multiple relievers to get there. And there's another one up in the bullpen as we speak, as James Hoyt has just started to throw.
He's able to run that high fastball. He's rolled into 10 double plays. Love to be number 11 now.
Oh, no. Get foul. This dude has had too many balls in his swing path over the last couple of nights.
Yeah, he has. Fortunate enough, he was out in front of that one just enough. Got out of the stadium completely.
That is a 436-foot foul ball. Still a ball and 2 strikes. That's into right. Mancini to third, and the Orioles are in business here in the last of the 8th. Play was close at second base, but it's a double for Santander, who has been a real pain in the derriere the last couple of nights.
I was really surprised going inside on a fastball there, especially how quick his hands are, and he didn't miss that at all. That was a rocket to right. I mean, you throw a fastball that moves like that, if it tails out at all, it's going right into that swing. Just like that, 2 in scoring position with no outs.
Well, the Angels bullpen is really going to have to pull a rabbit out of the old hat here. Tying and go-ahead runs in scoring position, nobody out. DJ Stewart, the batter, he's homered tonight. James Hoyt's got to be close to ready by now. They will intentionally walk Stewart. Mancini, Santander, and now Stewart aboard, nobody out. And it's the shortstop Ramon Urias, who is 0 for 3 tonight. He did, however, double in 3 runs yesterday. Ball and no strikes. Oh, dude's got a loogie hanging. Look at that. Got a loogie hanging off of his mouth. Stringer. Two 2-0. A team that's lost 19 in a row has more hope tonight in the last of the 8th inning than has been felt around here for the better part of 3 weeks.
And it's be an aggressive hitter, see if he can get a comeback or the mound, home the first.
3-0. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk, and the Orioles have tied it at 6 each. And that's going to be off for Petrichka. Pitching change, entered James Hoyt in a 6-6 game. The MLB Ballpark app will complete your next visit to Angel Stadium. Buy and manage game tickets, redeem offers, access exclusive content, and more. Download the MLB Ballpark app today. Inner Harbor, lovely this time of year. It's a 6-6 ball game. The Orioles have the bases loaded with nobody out, and they are looking like a team that's certainly designing to get out of this. A 19-game losing streak that is active tonight. One of the longest in baseball since 1945. The tying run scoring on a 4-pitch bases loaded walk, the likes of which the Angels have seen far too often this year. It'll be James Hoyt out from the Angel bullpen, up and down from AAA Salt Lake no fewer than 7 times this year. James was recalled for the 7th time Sunday. 26 games at Salt Lake, 28 strikeouts in 27 2/3 innings of work, and he gets to Mike Jones here to start things in the 8th. Bases loaded. A run in.
He's trying to limit the damage here. Give yourself a chance in the 9th.
Santander is the go-ahead run. Stewart and Urias aboard. The recipe is a punch out and a double play ball. Oh, 1. When the Angels bat in their half of inning 9, got Lagares. Then they'll have a pinch hitter in the DH spot and David Fletcher, and there aren't a lot of bench options available for Joe Madden offensively tonight. Ball and a strike to Jones. Good pitch on the inside corner.
Gets a wrap around that slider, catches the inside corner. Doesn't overpower you with fastball velocity, but movement is the key in his slider.
Kelvin Gutierrez is on deck. Again, bases loaded, a run in, nobody out. 6-6 ball game. Two and two.
Big strikeout.
And Hoyt gets a strikeout. Boy, Jones really did him a favor there.
Yeah, expanded the strike zone, got a little aggressive on a fastball above the hands. Huge strikeout.
You can understand the anxiousness of Jones. Knew that the tying run was, or the go-ahead run rather, was 90 feet away, and expanded and ended up striking out. Now it's Gutierrez. The Baltimore third baseman has struck out twice tonight and been hit by a pitch. So the Angels will back the defense up, back into double play depth. They had been in close for Jones. And Hoyt's looking for one well-timed ground ball. Swing and a miss.
Gutierrez hits the ball hard on the ground often. It's needed at an infielder.
You know, as much as the results for the Angels bullpen have been mixed, they have had some consistent success in inducing ground balls, 40 of them, and that's the 4th highest total in the American League. And that's the kind of stuff that usually gets a ground ball.
Yep.
1-1. You know, it's been a while since James Hoyt has pitched anywhere. Looking at his last AAA outing, it was back on the 13th of August. Another good pitch, bottom third of the zone, 1-2.
Yeah, and if you make contact, there's a good chance that's going to be on the ground.
Brandon Hyde has his catcher, number 9 hitter Austin Wynns up next. A ball and 2 strikes to Gutierrez. And it looks like Baltimore's actually going to pinch hit for Wynns. They've got Austin Hayes waiting on deck. Hayes struck out 4 times last night.
See if you get another chase out of the strike zone here.
Full count.
That was a little too far to get any kind of chase. When you're a team with a losing streak like this, everyone's pressing, everyone wants to be the hero, so you have a chance as a pitcher to get them to expand the strike zone, but it's got to be close enough to get a chase.
He's thrown 5 pitches to Kelvin Gutierrez, 4 sliders. 3-2 pitch home, and he walked him. The second bases loaded walk of the inning. Baltimore takes a 7-6 lead. Their first lead since the first inning tonight. Matt Wise is out. And we have time to sneak in a quick word from Jack in the Box.
Try my new spicy tiny tacos, starting at $3.50, only at Jack in the Box.
I mean, the Angels bullpen they're just looking for somebody that can get him out of his jam. Lefty Sam Selman's up in the bullpen now. Among the unfortunate things that happened there, not only did the bases loaded walk, of course, drive in a run, But now after the pinch hitter Austin Hayes, Mullins is going to get another at bat. That is, unless Hoyt can make Austin Hayes bounce into the double play. I mentioned Hayes struck out 4 times last night. He also drove in a run with a double. 0-1.
Well, you would think you had Kelvin Gutierrez exactly where you want him to have a 1-2 count, and he threw 3 that weren't close enough to get a swing at. A little bit closer to the plate, you got a shot. That one slider was well off the plate. And the 3-2 fastball couldn't get him to chase it.
Again, the infield comes in close for the Angels. 2 bases loaded walks in the inning have given the Orioles a 1-run lead. Hayes sends it to deep left, and it's off the track and wall. Stewart scores easily, as does Urias, and it's a 3-run Baltimore lead. A 2-run pinch hit double by Austin Hayes, and the Orioles have their biggest lead of the night.
Boy, another breaking ball that stayed hard of the plate. Oh, and Hayes off the bat thinking maybe he got it. One hops the wall, driving in a couple.
Third pitcher of the inning for the Angels. We'll be right back. Halos fans, stream Angels baseball all season long on the new Bally Sports app presented by T-Mobile. Well, this has been nothing short of a nightmarish inning for the Angels. 4 Baltimore runs. Halos are on their 3rd reliever of the inning, and there's only 1 away. A 2-run pinch hit double, a pair of bases loaded walks. And it'll be Sam Selman that'll try to prevent any further damage.
And still 2 in scoring position, bringing the infield in.
Cedric Mullins is homered and singled tonight. The Orioles have outscored their total from last night. They scored 8 runs last night. That had been their high-scoring game during the losing streak. They bettered that total tonight. Gutierrez, the runner at third, Hayes at second.
3 home runs against Shohei Ohtani, but still the 6-4 lead when he left the game. Now 4 runs here already in the 8th.
Mullen sends a fly ball out to Adele. Makes the catch. Gutierrez is going to tag up and score, and it's a 10-6 Baltimore lead. Third RBI of the night for Cedric Mullins. Orioles have not had this feeling for a while. This is the first 8th inning lead that they've had during the course of the 19-game losing streak. And Ryan Mountcastle is the 9th Baltimore batter to come to the plate in the inning. You know, part of the problem yesterday, Gooby, with Baltimore scoring that little cluster of runs, they scored 3 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th. And Joe Madden had to use his A group of relievers last night.
Yep, exactly. He wanted to make sure you had them available for today's game when you're up that comfortably the day before.
Without Baltimore making noise yesterday, and it didn't amount to much because it was just a huge mountain to climb, but you know, Joe had to use his A group yesterday. He had to use Cishek, Guerra, Iglesias. The supporting cast was not as effective tonight. One and two.
And if you could just think about, you know, the top of the 9th, a team that's lost that many games in a row, all you got to do is get one guy on to lead off that inning, and all of a sudden that negativity just creeps right back in. So you just got to stop it right here and get that leadoff man on the 9th inning.
Still 1 and 2 to Ryan Mountcastle. There certainly haven't been many opportunities for the Baltimore bullpen to seal up leads. We saw Tyler Wells up in the bullpen for the Orioles. Still a ball and 2 strikes to Ryan Mountcastle.
That's his power, a pitch out over the plate.
The cricket is still somewhere near one of our crowd mics.
I know.
Mountcastle just won't go away on this 1 and 2 count. Tomorrow, Jaime Barria for the Angels and left-hander Keegan Aiken for the Orioles. Aiken looking for his first win of the year. He's 0-8 with a 7.92 ERA. Every time I think somebody might have stepped on the cricket, he starts chirping again.
Yes, you just cannot stop him. He's become a fan of the game tonight.
Ball and 2 strikes to Mountcastle. Most runs the Orioles have scored since June 19th. Another full count. This is where things went bad against Gutierrez. Hoyt had him 1-2 and then ended up walking him with the bases loaded.
Yeah, you thought you might have a chance if it's close enough. It's like that. If it's close enough, you get a swing, but at that far out of the zone, it's tough to do that, even in an RBI scenario.
Selman's made some pretty good pitches here in this plate appearance, and Mountcastle has spoiled each of them away. 10 runs on 9 hits for Baltimore, 6 runs on 9 hits for the Angels. Shohei Ohtani exited with a 2-run lead, and the Angels here in the 8th staring up at a 4-run deficit. This will be the 11th pitch of the at-bat.
Well, he tied him up with a fastball, still able to foul that off.
Still a full count. Pitch number 12 on its way. And it misses for ball 4. Trey Mancini will have his second plate appearance of the inning. He led this mess off with a single in the 8th. Just been a complete bullpen implosion tonight. Back up the box. Off Selman for Fletcher to finally retire the side, but plenty of damage done. 5 big runs, and it's now a 4-run Baltimore lead. Welcome back. Our Toyota Angels player of the game is Brandon Marsh, who for the second straight night in Baltimore mounted a multi-hit attack. 7 hits in the series, including 3 tonight. 5 runs batted in. He celebrated his first career homer. A 3-run shot back in the 4th. But unless the Angels can pull a real rabbit out of the hat here in the 9th, it won't be enough. 5 runs in the Orioles' half of the 8th have them 3 outs away from snapping a 19-game losing streak. And rookie right-hander Tyler Wells will try to deliver the final 3 outs tonight.
Yeah, he's got a good fastball with some running action. 92-97, curveball, slider, and changeup. All this goes back to get that first guy on base, create some stress. Very good whip, 0.91.
Let's paint a rosier picture here than what we watched in the bottom of the 8th. It was a week ago yesterday in Detroit that the Angels entered the 9th inning in a tie game, scored 6 in the 9th. The Orioles, on the other hand, have 38 blown lead losses this year. That's the second most in all of baseball. Their save percentage is under 53%, by far the worst in the American League. It is 0-2 to Juan Lagares. Some defensive changes. Austin Hayes takes over in left, and Pedro Severino at catcher. Ball and 2 strikes.
Sounds like a heavy fastball he'll throw to Wells. Slider's good. Only half the time he'll throw a slider here in a 1-2 count. It's going to be up to Lagares to try to fight that one off in the right field.
Still 2-2.
Need a base runner here to start this off.
Jack Mayfield is on deck for the Angels. Bat in the DH spot. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Lagares. Juan homered last night, part of a 3 RBI series opener for him. He's looking to get on base here tonight. The 2-2 right on the corner. It's as close to a perfect pitch as you could ask for.
That is a tight, hard slider.
So here's Mayfield with 1 gone. Baltimore was a prohibitive underdog tonight. Mayfield pops it up, and the Halos are going to be down to their final out. The longest losing streak in baseball in 15 years is an out away from coming to an end. David Fletcher 0 for 4 tonight. 2 strikes away from ending the 19-gamer. 61 Phillies appear to be safe. Fletch sends the ball out to right field. Santander started in. He makes the catch. And Baltimore has won a game for the first time in the better part of 3 weeks.
Yeah, they battled.
19-game streak is over.
Yeah, they battled back, had some home runs, some success against Shohei, but then they had some real good swings. And even with the